Chapter 4261. A few days passed. The four great continents had a rare moment of peace. However, on a quiet night, a streak of light streaked across the sky and entered the purple-gold divine dragon clan. An old man was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. The old man suddenly stood up and took a step forward. He grabbed the thing that was flying through the air and looked around. With a bewildered expression, he shouted, "Who is it?" His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, Heavenly Lord G and the other venerables flew out of the clan grounds and landed beside the old man. "What's going on?" Heavenly Lord G looked at the old man and asked. "I don't know either." The old man shook his head and raised his arm. He was holding a letter in his hand. "This is..." Heavenly Lord G took the letter and opened it. His face darkened. "What's wrong?" The other supremacies looked at him in surprise. "Be careful. I'll go find my father." Heavenly Lord G didn't answer. He instructed the group and disappeared into the night. Back of the mountain. Green mountains and clear waters. It was quiet and peaceful. There was a courtyard beside a small stream. Whoosh! Two figures silently landed outside the courtyard. It was Heavenly Lord G and the king. "Brother Hanzong, are you here?" The king looked at the dark pavilion and asked. A while later, the door opened and a young man and woman walked out slowly. It was Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. We didn't know Miss Dong Qin was here." The king saw that Dong Qin was also here and hurriedly said rudely. Dong Qin blushed and hurriedly explained, "Senior king, don't think too much. Brother Zong and I were just cultivating together." A single man and a single woman, cultivating together in the dark? Would you believe it? Moreover, her clothes were a little messy. The king and Heavenly Lord G didn't believe it. Moreover, Dong Qin's fondness for Dong Hanzong could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. However, it wasn't appropriate to say it out loud. It was fine as long as they understood. "Where are Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng?" the king asked. "We don't know either." Dong Hanzong shook his head and smiled. Although they hadn't interacted much, they could tell at a glance that these two brothers weren't on the same side as them. It would appear that the two of them are not willing to be disciplined. The monarch shook his head and smiled. His words were somewhat meaningful. "Your Majesty, your words are a little harsh. They are them, and we are us. Has no one ever disciplined anyone?" Dong Hanzong waved his hand. "Brother Hanzong, you are truly magnanimous." The king cupped his hands and smiled. No. Dong Hanzong shook his head and said with a smile, "I wonder why the two of you came looking for me." Heavenly Lord G took out the letter and gave it to Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong took the letter, opened it, and lowered his head to read it. His brows gradually furrowed. "What is it?" Dong Qin was puzzled. Dong Hanzong was silent for a moment before passing the letter to Dong Qin. Dong Qin held the letter and read aloud, "Tomorrow night at Thousand Phoenix Mountain, early in the morning. I look forward to meeting Brother Hanzong." It was signed by Qin Feiyang. "What?" When she reached the end, Dong Qin's expression changed. The king asked, "Brother Hanzong, what do you think their purpose is?" Dong Hanzong pondered for a moment and said, "It should be you Laro, Neptune, Dragon God, and the others. It can't be that simple." Dong Qin frowned. "What do you think?" Dong Hanzong looked at her and smiled. He didn't seem nervous at all. "Dong Ping, Dong Xin, and Dong Tianchen have met with misfortune one after another. Naturally, it will be our turn next, so I think this should be a trap." Dong Qin said in a deep voice. No, it's not us, it's me." Dong Hanzong waved his hand. "What do you mean?" Dong Qin was stunned. "The letter says that I look forward to meeting Brother Hanzong. In other words, Qin Feiyang wants me to go to Thousand Phoenix Mountain alone." Dong Hanzong smiled. Dong Qin read the contents of the letter carefully. Indeed, it only mentioned Dong Hanzong. She frowned and said, "Then you can't go. If you go to Thousand Phoenix Mountain alone, won't you be a lamb in a tiger's den?" "Yes. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were trying to kill me." Dong Hanzong shook his head and sighed, But then he changed the topic and said, "But I have to go." "Why?" Dong Qin was puzzled. Dong Hanzong said, "Because we have to save Yu Laro, Neptune, and the dragon god. This is the emperor's order." Dong Qin fell silent. His Majesty has such an order? The king was surprised. "Yes." Dong Hanzong nodded. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and said to Dong Hanzong, "Then we'll go and help you." "How do you plan to help?" Dong Hanzong asked with a smile. "We'll ambush first. When Qin Feiyang shows up, we'll immediately attack and catch him off guard." The king's eyes flashed coldly. You can't." Dong Hanzong hurriedly shook his head. "Why not?" The king frowned. "You've been fighting with them for so long. Don't you know their style of doing things? These people, no matter what they do, they're watertight. For example, this time, why did they meet outside instead of directly coming to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan to negotiate with us? Because they're afraid that we'll surround and annihilate them. It's a little ridiculous. For a powerful divine kingdom like us, we can only threaten them if we join forces." Dong Hanzong sighed. Hearing this, Dong Qin, the king, and Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but lower their heads with helpless expressions. Indeed. With the current strength of Qin Feiyang and the others, no matter if it was a person or a force, they could no longer compete with Qin Feiyang and the others. All the forces and experts must join forces to encircle and annihilate them. Think about it. The other party only had a few people. Just a few young people, and they needed all the forces of the Divine Kingdom to join forces to suppress them. It was ridiculous. If I'm not wrong, they will definitely use the all-seeing eye to spy on your whereabouts before heading to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain. You should have experienced the power of the all-seeing eye, right? There is nothing that can escape the detection of the heavenly eyes. There is also nothing that can block the detection of the heavenly eyes. When they find out that you're hiding in the Thousand Phoenix Mountain, will they still come? They might even beat you at your own game and kill their way to the three sacred lands when you're not there. Dong Hanzong said. That's possible. Last time, when they exchanged Jiang Yunshuang and the others with the Divine King, we went to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain to ambush them. In the end, they found out and killed their way to the Divine Island, almost destroying the Divine Island. The king said in a deep voice. And the first time. We all went to the Supreme Mountain to support them, but they went to the Divine Island and killed more than half of the direct descendants of the divine race. Heavenly Lord Ji added. That's right. They love to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Maybe this time, they're also luring the tiger away from the mountain. The king's eyes were gloomy and he looked very angry. So, you can't go. Dong Hanzong smiled. You can't go either. Dong Qin said stubbornly. I have to go. If I don't go, Qin Feiyang will think that I don't have the guts. Besides, Dong Ping is dead, Dong Xin is seriously injured and Dong Tianqian's status is unknown. If I don't go, who will? Should I let you go? I won't allow you to go even if you want to. I can't let you take the risk alone. Dong Hanzong smiled. Hearing this, Dong Qin was very touched. In short, I have to go this time. I don't want to be a joke. The 5 unparalleled talents of the Central Dynasty don't even have the courage to meet Qin Feiyang. Dong Hanzong said. Looking at this righteous young man in front of them, the king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and felt very emotional. What a good actor. If he was sincere, it was indeed admirable. But they already knew Dong Hanzong's true colors. Everything you see now is just a disguise he put on. After the king and Heavenly Lord Ji left, Dong Qin looked at Dong Hanzong anxiously and said, Brother Zong, why do you have to do this? Yu Laro, Neptune, and the dragon god are not related to us. There's no need to risk your life for them. Dong Hanzong's face changed and hurriedly said, You can't say that. If someone hears it and the emperor hears it, you and I will be punished. I'm just telling the truth. Dong Qin grumbled. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and said, How about we find Lu Yuntian and let them go instead of you? The person Qin Feiyang wants to meet is me. What's the point of Lu Yuntian and the others going? Besides, do you think Lu Yuntian and the others are stupid? Didn't the 8 elites who returned to the Central Dynasty say that Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng also suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Batian? To be honest, I'm very glad that the person who wants to meet me this time is Qin Feiyang and not this Qin Batian. Because in comparison, the person I'm most afraid of is still Qin Batian. Dong Hanzong smiled. But, Dong Qin frowned. Don't worry, I have my own plans. I won't risk my life. Dong Hanzong comforted her with a glint in his eyes. Time flew. Thousand Phoenix Mountain. The Thousand Phoenix Mountain was exceptionally quiet at night. Swoosh. As a space-time tunnel appeared, a young man walked out. It was Dong Hanzong. He stood in the night sky and scanned the surroundings. There wasn't even a shadow. He muttered, "He's indeed a vigilant person." Chapter 4262. At the same time. Black Tortoise World. Inside the tea garden. Madman put down the empty wine jar in his hand and said with a smile, "It's about time. We should go find Mu Qing. I'm really looking forward to it." What countermeasures did he come up with after receiving our letter? White-eyed Wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Then, he put down the teacup and walked towards Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing's courtyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, they didn't knock on the door. They directly pushed the door open and entered the hall of the wooden building. Mu Tianyang was nowhere to be seen in the hall. This was because Mu Tianyang had been in seclusion upstairs. However, Mu Qing was still sitting alone in the hall. His all-seeing eye was also open. There was also a pot of fragrant tea on the tea table in front of him. "How is it?" Madman sat next to Mu Qing and asked. "He has already arrived at Thousand Phoenix Mountain." Mu Qing smiled. "So fast?" Madman was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Is he alone?" "Yes." Mu Qing nodded. He pursed his lips and took a sip of tea. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two, he grinned and said, "But before he went to Thousand Phoenix Mountain, he had already made arrangements." "What arrangements?" The three of them were curious. Last night, when the king and Nine Heavens Realm went to find him with the letter, he might have already thought of a countermeasure. But last night, he didn't take any action. He was with Dong Qin the entire night. Mu Qing said. "What? The two of them are already together?" Madman was surprised. "Yes." Mu Qing nodded. "Damn. That's a little too efficient." Madman couldn't help but click his tongue. "Little Madman, that's not the point." White-eyed Wolf waved his hand and looked at Mu Qing with a wretched smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Madman looked at White-eyed Wolf in confusion. "Think about it. When the monarch and first uncle brought the letter to Dong Hanzong, a certain someone had already been secretly spying on them with the omniscient eye. After that, didn't Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, cough cough, for example, some of their intimate actions were all seen by a certain someone?" The white-eyed Wolf narrowed his eyes and stared at Mu Qing with a wretched smile. "Ooh." Madman was stunned. Mu Qing's mouth twitched. "Yeah." Madman suddenly slapped his head and looked at the white-eyed Wolf. "And in front of the all-seeing eye, it's like a live broadcast." "That's right." The white-eyed Wolf nodded. Following closely, the two of them stared at Mu Qing, bared their teeth and said, "Kid, do you like it? Did you have a nosebleed?" Scram. Mu Qing's face darkened. What kind of dirty thoughts did these two fellows have? "You dare say you didn't see it?" Madman chuckled. "I dare say I didn't see it. Although I have been spying on them, I chose to avoid certain scenes that are not suitable for children. Besides, am I that kind of person?" Mu Qing said with a darkened face. "I don't believe it." The white-eyed Wolf asked. "Forget it if you don't believe it. Don't use your dirty thoughts to measure a simple person like me. I'm a true gentleman." Mu Qing snorted coldly. "You are a gentleman?" I laughed. The white-eyed Wolf laughed and asked, "Then tell me, what were they doing last night?" "Idiot question. A man and a woman alone, what else can they do?" Mu Qing was speechless. Look. If you didn't see it, would you know what they were doing?" "Hypocrite." The white-eyed Wolf despised him. Mu Qing was speechless for a moment and couldn't refute. He glared at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting next to him and laughing secretly, and shouted, "You bastard, don't you care?" Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at Madman and the white-eyed wolf, saying, "How can you do this? Don't you know what kind of person Mu Qing is? How can he do this kind of peeping in the dark? I guess he will at most take a few glances. After all, he is thin-skinned." Mu Qing glared at Madman and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Did you hear that? That's more like it. Wait." But before he finished speaking, he felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. After thinking carefully, he immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "What do you mean by at most taking a few glances? You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity." Ha ha, Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help laughing. Mu Qing was so angry that she flew into a rage. "We are all men. It is normal to take a few glances when encountering such a thing." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Get lost." Mu Qing's face was dark. But suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He grinned and said, "You said I was peeping, right? Well, when you and the mermaid princess are intimate, I will slowly peep at you." Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. Madman and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but be stunned. "And the two of you?" Mu Qing looked at the white-eyed wolf and Madman and said, "When the two of you marry Fire Dance and Zhuo Xiaoxian, I will go get a small stool and bring a plate of melon seeds. At that time, I will eat melon seeds while watching how the two of you spend your wedding night." Madman and the white-eyed wolf also froze on the spot. This kind of thing, just thinking about it made their scalp tingle. "Anyway, you said it. It's a waste not to watch." Mu Qing looked at the three of them proudly. "You are still too young to fight with me. Ha, we were wrong, we were wrong. You are a gentleman, how can you peep at other people's privacy, little Madman, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes. We were just joking just now, don't take it seriously. We are all brothers, right?" Madman and Madman smiled flatteringly. What kind of joke was this, peeping at their wedding night? If that was the case, then who would be in the mood to do things? Not showing off anymore? Mu Qing sneered. "No, no. How would we dare to show off to you?" The two of them shook their heads. Mu Qing rolled his eyes. "That's right. Since last night, Mu Qing had been spying on Dong Hanzong. In other words, Mu Qing saw what Dong Hanzong had done for a day and a night. Let's get down to business. Don't let Dong Hanzong wait too long. What did you see for a day and a night?" Qin Feiyang quickly changed the topic. But he was thinking in his heart. It seemed that when they were intimate in the future, he had to guard against this guy. Mu Qing took a deep breath, looked at the three of them and said, "Early this morning, Dong Hanzong left alone." "Left alone?" The three of them were stunned. "Yes. He went to the Dragon God Mountain, split a trace of his divine soul, and hid this divine soul in the Dragon God Mountain. He also hid the space divine item in the Dragon God Mountain." Mu Qing said. "Dragon God Mountain?" The three of them looked at each other. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Although there is no one guarding the Dragon God Mountain now, if I didn't tell you, who would have thought that he would hide the life-saving divine soul and the space divine item in the Dragon God Mountain? Mu Qing smiled proudly. Indeed. The three of them nodded. If it weren't for Mu Qing's surveillance, they wouldn't have thought of this even if they racked their brains. He is indeed shrewd. He knew that we would be disadvantageous to him, so he came up with this plan in advance. But he was still one step behind. He didn't expect that we would be monitoring him all the time. The white-eyed wolf sneered. "Does Dong Qin know?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No. He didn't disclose any information to Dong Qin. Obviously, he doesn't trust Dong Qin." Mu Qing shook his head. "I thought that he would definitely give the divine soul to Dong Qin for safekeeping, but I didn't expect that he would even guard against Dong Qin. His cautiousness and carefulness are really admirable." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Admirable? He doesn't even trust his own woman. A person like him doesn't have any friends at all." Mu Qing sneered. The white-eyed wolf said, "Do you think it's us? I've poured my heart out for you, but you bastard actually wanted to peep on our wedding night. Are you even human? Go away." Mu Qing glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "My task is done. It's up to you now." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. As long as you know that I've worked hard." Mu Qing snorted and turned to walk upstairs. The white-eyed wolf stared at Mu Qing's back and said to him through voice transmission, "Little Qin Zi, remember to tell me in advance when you're going to be intimate with little Yu in the future." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said with a dark face, "What do you want to do? What's with that tone? Do you think I'll peep on you?" "I'm planning to help you keep an eye on Mu Qing," the white-eyed wolf said angrily. "It's hard to say. Do you remember that when Lu Hong and little cousin got married, you squatted on the windowsill and peeped on them?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. "What?" Frenzy looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. "Did this damn wolf cub really do such a wicked thing?" "Ahem." The white-eyed wolf coughed to hide the embarrassment on his face. He looked at Frenzy and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. It didn't happen at all. I think it's you who is talking nonsense. It seems that the person I should be wary of in the future is you." Frenzy said. "Damn it. Isn't it too hurtful for you to say that?" The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth. "Don't get me wrong. There is no affection between us at all." Frenzy hurriedly waved his hand and distanced himself from the white-eyed wolf by more than 10 meters. "Bastard, you're ruining my reputation." The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but stare at Qin Feiyang. "Do you need me to ruin your reputation?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and walked quickly to the other side of the medicine field. Soon, a figure came into their sight. It was Long Chen. Chapter 4263. A law of light and darkness inheritance was floating in front of Long Chen. He was using this inheritance to comprehend the law of light and darkness. Because only by comprehending the law of light and darkness could he integrate this inheritance. Hearing the footsteps, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, he immediately shook his head and said, "It's definitely not something good. Why do you sound like we're the god of plague?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Something like that." Long Chen sighed, got up and put away the law of light and darkness inheritance. He patted the dust off his body and said with a smile, "Just say it, what's the matter?" "It's about the matter about Dong Ping that I told you last time," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Long Chen was stunned and asked, "So, you already have a plan?" "Yes. And the tiger is already out of the cage." Qin Feiyang nodded. What a pitiful person. When Long Chen heard this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. "Who are you pitying?" the white-eyed wolf asked, puzzled. "Dong Hanzong. Isn't he pitiful to be targeted by you guys?" Long Chen laughed. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. He was speechless to the extreme. It was not like he did not know Dong Hanzong's hypocrisy. Was such a person worthy of sympathy? "What about Dong Tianchen?" Long Chen asked. Dong Tianchen. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen suspiciously and asked, "Why are you looking for him? If you don't call him over, how can you give Dong Hanzong a surprise?" Long Chen smiled mockingly. "Yes. I'll go find Mu Qing right away and ask him to use his all-seeing eye to find out where Dong Tianchen is hiding now." The white-eyed wolf patted his head and immediately turned around and ran toward Mu Qing's courtyard. What a guy who wants to see the world in chaos. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. "By the way, where's your sister? I haven't seen her in a long time." Qin Feiyang looked around and asked Long Chen. Long Chen frowned and said hurriedly, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I've left her in your care. Don't lose her." "How am I the one taking care of him?" These words made Qin Feiyang extremely speechless. Long Qin was already an adult, who still needed to take care of it. However, when he saw that Long Chen seemed to be a little anxious, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, even if it is lost, it will still be in the Black Tortoise world. Hurry up and find him. If anything happens to Qin I'll definitely fall out with you." Long Chen urged. Qin Feiyang smiled, closed his eyes, and released his perception. A moment later, a trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. "What is it?" Long Chen frowned. Madman also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. See for yourselves. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the void distorted, and then a picture emerged. In the picture, there was a small village that stood aloof from worldly affairs. There were about 100 households in the village. Most of them were old people and children. The old people's lives were very comfortable, drinking tea, chatting, playing chess, and basking in the sun. The children also had a lot of fun. Among the group of children, there was a woman in white who was dressed in ordinary clothes. Although her clothes were very ordinary, her temperament was extraordinary. She was Long Qin. At this time, she was playing with a group of children in the village, and the laughter was endless. This madman's face was incredulous. Was this still the Long Qin they knew? There was no arrogance at all, just like the girl next door. Long Chen was also stunned. What was going on? Was this sister of his having a stroke? However, gradually, Long Chen's face also showed a trace of a smile. You can still smile? Madman looked at him speechlessly. You don't understand. Even I don't remember how long it has been since I saw her so happy. Looking at her now, it's like looking at the innocent her when she was a child. Long Chen smiled. Madman heard this and looked at Long Qin again. He found that the current Long Qin was indeed a little lively and cute, without any murderous aura. Moreover, the children in the village also called her sister happily. This is good. Long Chen smiled slightly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't disturb her. Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the picture in the void disappeared. But don't you think it's strange? There must be a reason for a person's change. Long Qin suddenly became like this. Could it be that she was stimulated by something? Madman was surprised. Stimulated? Long Chen was stunned, and Madman asked suspiciously, What do you mean by that? Heh. Madman suddenly reacted, waved his hand and said with a smile, It's nothing, it's really good. Don't play dumb. Something must have happened during the years I was in seclusion. Long Chen's face was full of displeasure. It's really nothing. Madman shook his head. Long Chen was about to continue to ask. He was actually not the kind of person who wanted to get to the bottom of things, but there was no other way. This matter was related to his sister, so he had to figure it out. But at this moment, White-Eyed Wolf came and shouted from afar, Brother knows where Dong Tianchen is. Where? Madman asked. He thought that White-Eyed Wolf came at the right time, in a restaurant in Xingyue City. I'll go find him later, and then I'll meet you. White-Eyed Wolf said. Okay. Then let's split up. Senior brother, you go with Long Chen to Dragon God Mountain to save Dong Ping. White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Tianchen, and I will go directly to Thousand Phoenix Mountain. After you save Dong Ping, come to Thousand Phoenix Mountain to meet us. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and said. Okay. What about Dong Xin? Madman asked. Keep Dong Xin for now. Her identity and domain are still useful. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said. Understood. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the four of them immediately left the Black Tortoise world. Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Under the shroud of night, everything here seemed a bit blurry. On a mountain peak, Dong Hanzong stood alone, his expression as calm and indifferent as before. On the surface, he really looked like a dragon among men. But who would have thought that such a person would be so hypocritical in his heart? Wang Tilde high up in the sky. Suddenly, a divine light emerged, illuminating the night sky. A space-time passage appeared. It's finally here. Dong Hanzong raised his head and looked at the space-time passage with a trace of expectation in his eyes. He muttered, You are the strongest person in the sky cloud realm, and I am the strongest person in the divine kingdom. Between the two of us, who is better? As his voice fell, a figure walked out. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang stood in the sky and scanned the surroundings. When he didn't see Dong Hanzong, he continued to scan the mountains below. The moment his gaze met with Dong Tianchen's, a series of invisible sparks seemed to collide. The atmosphere here instantly became incomparably oppressive. Dong Hanzong was right. Qin Feiyang was the strongest person in the sky cloud realm. Dong Hanzong was the strongest person in the divine kingdom. Both of them carried honor, mission, and responsibility on their shoulders. Therefore, they weren't mortal enemies, but they were stronger than mortal enemies. In the end, a battle was inevitable. Chapter 4264. We finally meet. This is the first time we've met since we came to the four great continents. Dong Hanzong was the first to open the topic. He took a step into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. There was only a distance of several feet between the two of them. With their cultivation, this distance was within reach. Yes, I've heard a lot about you. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was not flattery, but the truth. No one in the four great continents dared to ignore the name Dong Hanzong. His frightening mind and precise calculations were even more frightening. Same to you. Dong Hanzong smiled, glanced behind Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Where are the others?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "They said that since it's their first meeting with Brother Dong, they should prepare some gifts. How can I accept it? I didn't prepare any gifts for you." Dong Hanzong said with a smile. "You did." Qin Feiyang said. Dong Hanzong was stunned. He had prepared a gift. What gift? He didn't even know. Since Brother Dong came to the four great continents, haven't you been giving me gifts? Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully. Dong Hanzong's pupils shrank. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? Dong Hanzong said with a smile, "Is that so? Why didn't I know?" Qin Feiyang smiled, glanced around, and said, "Brother Dong, there's no one else here. There's no need to hide it anymore. I don't know what Brother Qin means." Dong Hanzong shook his head. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed. Did this person really think that he could deceive everyone in the world? Did he think that he could play everyone in the palm of his hand? Of course. People like Dong Hanzong also had the right to be conceited. For example, this time, Dong Tianchen and the others, who were also the five peerless geniuses, were fooled by this person. Even Qin Feiyang and the others would have fallen into Dong Hanzong's trap without Mu Qing. It was no exaggeration to say that. Dong Hanzong's mind and methods had already surpassed all the opponents they had encountered so far. What is Brother Qin laughing about? Dong Hanzong looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right. Then let's get to the point. I believe that you won't let Yu Laro and the others go for nothing. State your conditions. Dong Hanzong said. Great. Since that's the case, I'll be a bit more straightforward. Yu Laro and the others have already been killed by us. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Dong Hanzong's face changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know Yu Laro's identity?" "I don't know. Let's put it this way. Even if he is the brother of the ruler of the divine kingdom, I have no interest in knowing." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dong Hanzong raised his eyebrows. But in fact, he didn't care about it at all. Yu Laro, Neptune, dragon god, what did they have to do with him? If they died, they died. It wasn't a big deal. But he still had to put on an act. Just as you said, Yu Laro's full name is Dong Dayu. He is the uncle of the emperor, which means he is the brother of the ruler of the divine kingdom. Dong Hanzong spoke word by word, and his tone was as sharp as a blade. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he really the brother of the ruler of the divine kingdom? What a joke. How could he be right? This mouth of his must have been blessed. It is precisely because of Yu Laro's identity that the emperor gave us a death order to rescue Yu Laro. Now that you have killed Yu Laro, what do you think I should do? If I don't kill you, how can I explain it to the emperor? Dong Hanzong's eyes were slightly cold, and the power of law appeared again. The world was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. How about this? You take the initiative to go to the central dynasty with me and apologize to the emperor in person. This way, I won't have to do anything. Dong Hanzong said. The central dynasty, to be honest, I really want to go. Unfortunately, I can't go with you, because someone is already leading the way for me. Qin Feiyang smiled. What do you mean? Dong Hanzong was surprised. You will understand soon. As for now, let's not rush to do anything. The gift I prepared for you is not here yet. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then looked up in the direction of the east continent and said with a smile, "It should be about time." Dong Hanzong looked in the direction Qin Feiyang was looking, and his expression became more and more surprised. At the same time, East Continent, Dragon God Mountain. Under the night sky, the Dragon God Mountain looked even more desolate. Because this place was no longer the sacred ground of the past, and only ruins were left. Swoosh! Two figures silently descended from the sky. It was the mad scientist and Long Chen. The mad scientist scanned the ruined Dragon God Mountain and said, "Long Chen, did you think that Dong Hanzong would hide his divine soul and space divine item here?" Long Chen shook his head. In terms of intelligence, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. But at this moment, he had to admit defeat to Dong Hanzong. But no matter how smart he is, he can't escape the all-seeing eye. His failure was destined the moment he entered the four great continent. The madman laughed and no longer concealed his aura. His divine sense surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth below. Deep underground, there was a newly excavated secret chamber. In the center of the secret chamber, there was a palm-sized ancient pagoda that flashed with divine light. This was Dong Hanzong's space divine item. Beside the ancient pagoda, there was a blurry figure sitting cross-legged. It was Dong Hanzong's divine soul. The moment the mad scientist released his divine sense, the divine soul was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes. This seemed to be Madman Mo's aura. Why would he come to Dragon God Mountain? Boom! Immediately after, following the shaking of the heavens and earth, a large hole suddenly appeared above the secret chamber. Two figures descended from the top of the hole and landed in the secret chamber. Mad scientist, Long Chen, Dong Hanzong's divine soul's eyes trembled. As soon as he came to Dragon God Mountain, he directly found this secret chamber. It was obvious that he came prepared. The mad scientist didn't say anything. He took a step forward and directly slammed his palm. The divine soul wanted to escape with the space divine item. But was that possible? He was just a remnant divine soul. As the mad scientist's palm fell, the divine soul screamed and was annihilated on the spot. Immediately after, the mad scientist grabbed the ancient tower and slightly exerted force with his 5 fingers. With a loud crack, the ancient tower shattered on the spot. The moment the ancient tower shattered, 2 figures fell out of it. It was Dong Ping and Dong Xin. All of this happened in an instant, even though it seemed slow. Because their actions had to be fast. Otherwise, when Dong Hanzong reacted, he would definitely destroy Dong Ping's divine soul. At the same time, Dong Ping and Dong Xin were both dumbfounded. Mad scientist. Long Chen. What was going on? Why were they here? "We are here to save you, don't resist." The mad scientist shouted and turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen understood and with a wave of his hand, he activated the soul control technique. "Save us." The two looked at each other. What was going on? These 2 people actually came to save them? Was this a dream? Ah! A tearing pain suddenly swept over, causing the 2 of them to howl miserably. It was even to the extent that their souls were on the verge of collapse. Crack! The next moment, a sound like a vase breaking sounded. Dong Ping and Dong Xin suddenly felt their body and mind light, as if they had regained their freedom. However, before they could rejoice, the soul control technique took the opportunity to control the 2. The 2 were furious. "What? Shouldn't you thank us?" The mad scientist laughed. The 2 glared at each other. They really thought that they were here to save them, but it turned out that they were here to control and enslave them. In contrast, they were more willing to be controlled by Dong Hanzong. Because they were controlled by Dong Hanzong, they still had a chance to escape. But being controlled by this group of people in front of them, there was no hope at all. "Let's go. I'll bring you to watch a good show." The mad scientist laughed and waved his hand, opening a space-time tunnel. At the same time, 1000 Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, the atmosphere here was extremely depressing. Dong Hanzong's entire face was gloomy to the extreme. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This was caused by Long Chen shattering Dong Hanzong's control over Dongping and Dongxin. When he sensed the situation of the Dragon God Mountain, he was indeed prepared to immediately kill Dongping and Dongxin, but Long Chen and the mad scientist's movements were too fast. By the time he reacted, the control of Dongping and Dongxin had already been broken. "This is the big gift you have prepared for me." Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, his face instantly gloomy to the extreme, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura that couldn't be dispersed. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "I shouldn't have let you down. Haha, amazing, really amazing. You even know that I hid my divine soul and spatial divine object in the Dragon God Mountain." Dong Hanzong laughed fiercely. "This is the price you have to pay for underestimating us. From the moment we sent the letter to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon's Land, Mu Qing has been spying on your whereabouts with the heavenly eye. So, we all know what you have done in this day and night." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Good, good, good." Dong Hanzong nodded and laughed out of anger. After all this time, it turned out that he was the arrogant and self-righteous clown. Swish. Suddenly, he spun in the air and activated the momentary time. With the speed of lightning, he turned around and fled. He actually chose to escape. This made Qin Feiyang quite surprised. Even if the split divine soul was destroyed by the mad scientist and Long Chen, as the head of the 5 peerless geniuses, he shouldn't be so spineless and have no dignity. "I have also prepared a big gift for you. Don't you want to see it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Not interested," Dong Hanzong said without turning his head, his face as calm as water. He had always been very confident in his own strength, but now that he was facing Qin Feiyang, he didn't dare to be careless without full confidence. "Whether you are interested or not, it's not up to you." However, before his voice faded, a wild laughter sounded. In the mountain ahead, 2 figures rushed out and crossed the void. "What?" Dong Hanzong slammed the brakes and looked at one of them in surprise. These 2 people were the white-eyed wolf and Dong Tianchen. The person Dong Hanzong was looking at this moment was Dong Tianchen. Chapter 4265. Dong Tianchen? Dong Hanzong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he looked at Dong Tianchen again, his expression froze. What the hell was going on? Dong Tianchen was not dead. Not only was he not dead, even his physical body had been reconstructed. "Are you disappointed to see that I'm still alive?" Dong Tianchen stepped on the air step by step, his face looking incomparably ferocious. "What are you talking about? I'm happy that you're alive." Dong Hanzong hurriedly hid the panic and guilt on his face, trying to squeeze out a smile. "Is that so? I'm quite happy too." Dong Tianchen nodded and quickly walked to the opposite side of Dong Hanzong. Both of them were smiling. But suddenly, Dong Tianchen waved his hand, and all the ultimate profound meanings were activated, charging towards Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong's face changed as he hurriedly dodged and said angrily, "What are you doing? Aren't you happy to see me alive? But why are you still guarding against me?" Dong Tianchen sneered. "What the hell is going on with you? Why are you with Qin Feiyang and Golden-Winged Wolf King? Could it be that you are being controlled by them?" Dong Hanzong's face was full of concern. "Put away your hypocritical face, I feel disgusted just by looking at it." Dong Tianchen roared and activated the god-killing domain. The invincible runes bloomed with a dazzling divine light. "What are you doing? Why can't I understand a single word of what you're saying?" Dong Hanzong said angrily. "You don't understand. I used to think that you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect that under your sanctimonious appearance, you actually hid such a sinister and vicious heart. Looking at your current face, I feel disgusted." Dong Tianchen's face was filled with disgust. In fact, he knew that he himself was not a good person, but compared to Dong Hanzong's hypocrisy, he felt that he was 100 times better. At the very least, he would not harm his companions behind their backs. Dong Hanzong became more and more flustered, and hurriedly said, "There must be some misunderstanding here, don't be instigated by them." "Dong Hanzong, you still have the face to say that." Suddenly, another angry roar sounded. In the sky, a space-time tunnel appeared. Madman, Long Chen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin walked out of the spacetime tunnel one after another. The one who roared was Dong Ping. Dong Ping, Dong Xin. Dong Tianchen was overjoyed. Brother. When Dong Ping saw Dong Tianchen, he was also overjoyed. He quickly pointed at Dong Hanzong and roared, "This bastard, I already know." Dong Tianchen waved his hand. "You know?" Dong Ping was taken aback. How did Big Brother know about Dong Hanzong's despicable deeds? "Yes. It was also me who asked Qin Feiyang and the others to save you." Dong Tianchen nodded. "You asked them to do that?" Dong Ping and Dong Xin looked at each other. "Why does it feel a little messy?" Long Chen landed beside Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "My mission is complete." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled and sent Long Chen to the Black Tortoise world. At the same time, he found the mermaid princess and pointed at Dong Ping and Dong Xin. "Help them reconstruct their bodies." "Okay." The mermaid princess didn't ask anything and nodded obediently. The Eye of Life opened. Endless life power poured towards Dong Ping and Nai Tian like tidewater. Their bodies immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dong Hanzong looked around and finally looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged toward the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stood in front of the mermaid princess and slapped out. Boom! The fist and the palm met. The wind howled and the void collapsed. Both of them took a step back. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold as he stared at Dong Hanzong and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Ha ha." Dong Hanzong was silent for a while and suddenly laughed. The Eye of Life was really heaven-defying. Dong Ping and Dong Xin's bodies were reconstructed one after another, and their mental states returned to their peak. "Brother." Dong Ping immediately rushed to Dong Tianchen's side. Dong Xin also landed beside Dong Tianchen and turned to stare at Dong Hanzong, who was laughing like a madman. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Hanzong indifferently and returned to the mermaid princess's side. He smiled and said, "See, this is the true face of the head of the 5 unparalleled prodigies." Pitiful. The mermaid princess shook her head. His strength and talent were both top grade, but his character was really bad. Qin Feiyang said, "The scene might be a little bloody later. You should return to the Black Tortoise realm first." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him as if she had never seen the world. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and then waved his hand. The mermaid princess disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, he looked at the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf. The two of them understood and retreated together with Qin Feiyang, leaving the battlefield to Dong Hanzong and Dong Tianchen. Because at this moment, Dong Tianchen and the other two would definitely fight to the death with Dong Hanzong. "Ha ha." Dong Hanzong laughed non-stop. His long hair was a little messy, giving people a feeling that he was possessed. Dong Xin sneered and said, "Dong Hanzong, you didn't expect that Dong Ping and I would be able to escape your control so quickly." "I really didn't expect it. However, I didn't lose to you, and I didn't lose to you, Qin Feiyang. I lost to the all-seeing eye." Dong Hanzong stared at Qin Feiyang and roared. A wave of hostility erupted. Because now, facing Qin Feiyang and the other two, it was impossible for him to escape. Moreover, Dong Ping and Dong Xin's bodies had been reconstructed and their combat strength had returned to their peak state. He could only fight with all his might. "Don't talk nonsense. How have you treated us these days? Now, I will make you pay back double." Dong Ping took a step forward and activated the Undying Domain. Dong Xin's eyes flashed with killing intent and also activated the Godseal Domain. "Come on. Let me see how capable you are." Dong Tianchen also immediately activated his invincible mode, his body surging with murderous intent. "Just the 3 of you? Apart from your family background, you are nothing." Dong Hanzong glanced at the 3 with disdain. "Then today, I will let you see the strength of ants like us." Dong Tianchen roared. Boom. The power of laws emerged one after another. The 3's ultimate profundities were all activated in an instant. One must know. Dong Tianchen and the other 2 had mastered 7 ultimate profundities of the ultimate profundities of the 7 ultimate profundities, which added up to a total of 21 profundities. As the will of heaven erupted, the void began to collapse. Qin Feiyang glanced around. With a thought, 3,000 clones appeared. Seal off the surroundings. Don't let the fluctuations of their battle affect the innocent people. He secretly instructed. The 3,000 clones immediately spread out and stood in the void in the distance. The 6 ultimate profundities and the life and death laws rolled out, condensing into a huge boundary that shrouded heaven and earth. This place immediately became an isolated battlefield. See, now that there are 3,000 clones surrounding the battlefield, you can forget about escaping. Dong Tianchen sneered. Haha, this is ridiculous. The 3 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty actually have to rely on the enemy. Dong Hanzong sneered. Trying to provoke me? You are too naive. Now, we only have one enemy, and that is you. Kill. As Dong Tianchen roared, 21 ultimate profundities of the ultimate profundities of the ultimate profundities madly attacked Dong Hanzong. Haha, don't you know my means? Your ultimate profundities will only become my weapon to kill you. Dong Hanzong laughed wildly. Ancient runes appeared in the domain he was in. These runes were intertwined with the power of the stars, emitting a bright light. Invert the universe. He said each word clearly and forcefully. As his voice fell, a shocking scene appeared. The 21 ultimate profundities were about to reach him, but at this moment, a dazzling starlight erupted in Dong Hanzong's domain. The starlight surged and covered the sky, drowning the 21 ultimate profundities. In the next moment, the 21 ultimate profundities turned in the air and were controlled by Dong Hanzong to attack Dong Tianchen and the other 2. This is the power of his domain. Qin Feiyang and the other 2's pupils shrank. Invert the universe, turning other people's ultimate profundities into his own means of killing the enemy. The stronger the enemy's means, the stronger Dong Hanzong would be. This ability was indeed heaven-defying. It was no wonder that Boss Ji and the other elders would suffer in his hands. However, Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin were all unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, and they already knew each other's strengths. Therefore, Dong Tianchen and the other 2 were very clear about Dong Hanzong's strength. Seeing the 21 ultimate profundities attack, the 3 of them were not nervous at all. Haha, come at me more fiercely. Dong Ping laughed and charged towards the 21 ultimate profundities. Accompanied by a loud bang, the undying domain shattered, but the undying runes inside all merged into Dong Ping's body in an instant. Dong Ping, who had merged with the undying runes, was considered to have a true undying body. The 21 ultimate profundities attacked, and Dong Ping's physical body was shattered, but in the next moment, he was full of vigor and vitality, and his combat strength instantly soared by a level. Come. I've already tried, between the undying domain and the universe domain, which is stronger? Dong Ping laughed sinisterly, as if he had transformed into a demon god, madly pouncing towards Dong Hanzong. Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly, and various laws surged out. Seal. However, at this moment, Dong Xin raised her hand and pointed in the air, and an invisible force surged out and rushed towards Dong Hanzong. This was the power of her sealed god domain, sealed divine power, and the power of laws. Immediately, Dong Hanzong lost all his power, as if he had become a cripple. Dong Ping took a step forward and punched Dong Hanzong's domain. With a loud bang, Dong Hanzong, together with the domain, was sent flying. Although the universe domain was not broken, Dong Ping's powerful force shook him to the point of vomiting blood. I see. Qin Feiyang muttered. The 5 domains were actually the same as the 10 strongest fighting souls. Although there was a ranking, it was actually similar, but each had their own strengths. Chapter 4266. God sealing domain, sealing power, law, divine power. God murdering domain, with an hour of absolute invincibility. The undying domain granted him an undying body for an hour. Universe domain, with the ultimate ability to control others. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one would find that these domains complemented each other and countered each other. For example, Dong Hanzong and Dong Ping. Dong Hanzong could control Dong Ping's ultimate ability, while Dong Ping could rely on Dong Hanzong's ultimate ability to increase his own combat strength for a short period of time. For example, Dong Xin and Dong Tianchen. Dong Xin could seal Dong Tianchen's power, divine power, and law. But Dong Tianchen relied on his absolute immortality, and Dong Xin couldn't do anything to him. In short, facing the enemy, the 5 domains combined were absolutely invincible. But if there was an internal battle, both sides would suffer. Of course, it was obviously impossible for both sides to suffer now, because Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin were teaming up to kill Dong Hanzong. 3 against 1, and all of them had domains. The outcome was naturally set. Universe domain is so great. Do you really think that you are the leader of the 5 unparalleled geniuses? If it weren't for your brains and strategy, we would have been impolite to you. What the hell? Do you think that by activating your domain, you can be on equal footing with us direct descendants? You, after all, are just a collateral descendant. Your fate has been determined from the moment you were born. No matter how hard you work in this life, you will never be able to turn it around. Dong Ping laughed. Relying on his immortality, he was like a demon god, crazily attacking Dong Hanzong. These words undoubtedly tore open the scar in Dong Hanzong's heart. In this life, what he hated the most was others talking about his identity. It was also because of this identity that he had always been humiliated and trampled on. He worked hard to cultivate in order to get rid of this shame and become a top figure in the central dynasty. But even now, these people still looked down on him. On what basis? It was just that his birth was better than his. What else could compare to him? All of you will die. Don't even think about escaping. Boom. A monstrous murderous aura erupted. In an instant, Dong Hanzong's long hair seemed to be dyed red with blood, and his body surged with blood, like a god from hell. The heavens are heartless, I will defy the heavens. If the gods are unfair, I will kill the gods. I want to overturn the universe. I want to become the only god in this world and control the fate of all living beings in this world. Universe domain, display your invincible might and make these ants tremble beneath your feet. With a roar from Dong Hanzong, the star runes within his domain instantly erupted with boundless divine light. It was as if a vast galaxy had appeared within his Chenkuan domain. Those runes were like dazzling stars. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Within his universe domain, blood-red runes appeared out of thin air. This is, Dong Ping's eyes flickered. This was an immortal rune. How could this be? The undying rune could only be grasped by someone like him who had opened the undying domain. Why would it appear in the universe domain? But it wasn't over yet. Following closely, golden runes appeared one after another. This, Dong Tianchen was also dumbfounded. This was the invincible rune. That was right. It was exactly the same as the invincible runes in his god-slaying domain. But it wasn't over yet. Boom. Accompanied by the emergence of a monstrous divine might, white runes appeared within the universe domain. How is this possible? Dong Xin was also dumbfounded. Because this white rune was her sealing rune. What is going on? Qin Feiyang, Madman, and White-Eyed Wolf were all dumbfounded. Undying rune, invincible rune, sealing rune. Why did they all appear on Dong Hanzong's body? Could it be, this was the true face of the universe domain? The ability to control others' ultimate profound was only the tip of the iceberg of the universe domain. You must be very surprised. After being together for so many years, you still don't know that I have such means. Let me tell you, this is the true universe domain. Dong Hanzong looked up to the sky and laughed. His blood-red hair fluttered behind his back. Star runes, undying runes, invincible runes, and sealing runes revolved around him, shining brightly. From afar, it was as if a god had descended. This is the true universe domain. Dong Tianchen and the other two were dumbfounded. After knowing each other for so many years, they actually didn't know that this person had such a terrifying means hidden. Actually, all these years, I have been enduring. Because I know that if I reveal the true face of the universe domain, it will definitely make you guys afraid and join hands to trap me. even to the extent of using the family forces behind you. I am not afraid of you guys, but I dare not be afraid of the family forces behind you. That's why I've been carefully protecting myself all this time. I've even tried to curry favor with you all in order to buy more time for me to become stronger, but I never thought that I would fall into Qin Fei Yang's trap. Since I have already come to this step, there is no need to hide. Today, either you die or I die. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly, raised his hand and pointed in the air, shouting, "Seal." A formless energy instantly enveloped the three of them. Damn it! Why is this happening? Dong Xin roared. He could actually use her means. Immediately, she also waved her hand and the sealing force rolled out. The two sealing forces collided with each other, shattering heaven and earth. Not bad, not bad. However, you guys are still frogs at the bottom of the well. Do you think that the universe domain is called the head of the 5 domains just because I am bragging? The true meaning of the universe domain is that I can evolve all of your domains. If you still can't understand, then I'll explain it more clearly. I alone control 5 domains. Dong Hanzong looked at the three of them with contempt. One person controls 5 domains? When Dong Tianchen and the other two heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, rumbling in their minds. Qin Fei Yang, madman, and white-eyed wolf's eyes also became heavy. If this matter was true, it meant that Dong Hanzong alone had 5 domains. 5 domains, each domain had a heaven-defying power. With 5 domains gathered on one person, how heaven-defying was that? Next, you guys slowly taste the terror of the universe domain. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly. The invincible posture, the immortal body, and the sealing force were all activated. With a monstrous aura, he charged towards the three of them. What kind of joke is this? A single person wielding 5 domains? I don't believe it. Dong Tianchen roared. Dong Xin and Dong Ping also had a look of disbelief. The runes in the domain had all merged into their bodies. At this moment, they no longer had any reservations and all displayed the strongest form of each domain. The so-called strongest form was the fusion of the runes with the body. In this way, even if the domain was accidentally shattered by the opponent in the battle, the ability of the domain would not disappear. In other words, now, they themselves were the domain. Boom. The 4 of them fought together, constantly colliding. Destructive waves surged in all directions. Dong Hanzong had also activated his strongest state. The immortal runes, invincible runes, sealing runes, and star runes were all integrated into his body. Boom. Dong Tianchen and the other two joined forces and blasted his body. His body was shattered. But in the next moment, his broken body was reconstructed. Just like Dong Ping, his combat strength directly soared to a new level. It's really an immortal body. Dong Ping's eyes trembled. Ha ha. Dong Hanzong laughed and threw a punch at Dong Xin. Dong Xin spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. But at the same time, Dong Tianchen seized the opportunity and activated his ultimate profound meaning, crazily attacking Dong Hanzong. However, these ultimate profound meanings that were enough to destroy a piece of heaven and earth blasted on Dong Hanzong's body without causing any damage. Invincible state. Dong Tianchen was stunned. What's wrong? Are you feeling desperate? Dong Hanzong looked at the three of them, and his arrogant laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. Damn. 5 domains in one body. Fortunately, Dong Tianchen and the others helped us scout the way. Otherwise, we would be the ones at a disadvantage. White-eyed Wolf said with lingering fear. En. Frenzy nodded. Who would have thought that Dong Hanzong's strength was so strong? If it were them now, they would definitely suffer a great loss if they were caught off guard. In just a short while, the 4 of them had already exchanged hundreds of rounds. Dong Tianchen and the other 2 were dripping with blood and looked extremely miserable. Dong Xin began to shrink back. However, Dong Ping relied on his undying body while Dong Tianchen relied on his invincible state and the anger in his heart. The more they fought, the braver they became. Looking at the situation, it seems that it won't be easy for Dong Hanzong to defeat them. Qin Fei Yang whispered. He was still a little worried at first, But now it seemed that it wasn't a one-sided situation. Putting aside Dong Xin, because her domain ability was different. However, Dong Ping and Dong Tianchen, one had an invincible body while the other had an undying body. If Dong Hanzong wanted to defeat the two of them, he first had to break their invincible body and undying body. However, with Dong Hanzong's strength, he shouldn't be able to break the limit of the invincible body and undying body. No. Dong Hanzong was such a shrewd person, it was impossible for him to not think of this point. However, at this time, Dong Hanzong's face was full of confidence. This meant that he must have other means hidden. Let me see how far your strength has reached. Qin Feiyang murmured. This person would probably become their greatest enemy in the future. Chapter 4267. The collision of the ultimates, the battle between divine power and strength, set off an apocalyptic wave on the battlefield. Fortunately, there were 3,000 clones to seal off this place, otherwise, it would be a scene of misery and suffering. After all, once experts of this level fought, it would easily destroy the world. However, even with the 3,000 clones, the commotion here had already alarmed many creatures. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the distance, silently watching the battle. Rumble. The battle between the four had already reached its climax. Dong Hanzong was fighting 1 against 3 and was not at a disadvantage at all. The ability of each major domain was displayed vividly and freely. I thought that since you have mastered 5 major domains, you could seriously injure us in one fell swoop and make us lose our combat strength. It turns out that this is all there is to it. I am immortal. Unless you have 3,000 clones. At this time, Dong Ping was like a violent beast. As the number of injuries increased, his current combat strength had long surpassed his own limit. It was no exaggeration to say that. Now, the power of his fist could crush the ultimate. That's right. Unless he has 3,000 clones, it is impossible to break the limit of the immortal body, let alone break the limit of my invincible state. Dong Tianchen smiled sinisterly. Although their domains could only last for an hour, Dong Hanzong's domain could also only last for an hour. Right now, Dong Hanzong had 5 major domains and indeed could not do anything to him. However, once the domain's time was up, the 3 of them would definitely win, because once the time was up, the 4 of them would not have a domain and they would compete with their ultimates. Dong Hanzong had mastered 7 ultimates and was naturally no match for Dong Tianchen and the other two's 21 ultimates. Yes. As long as we can drag this out for an hour, then he will be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. We can trample on him however we want. Dong Xin nodded. Anyway, now was not the time to fight with Dong Hanzong. Trample on me. Hearing the 3's words, Dong Hanzong could not help but laugh. This laughter was full of sarcasm. What are you laughing at? The 3's eyes darkened. I'm laughing at you for being frogs at the bottom of a well. The universe domain can not only evolve your domain, but it can also suppress your domain. Dong Hanzong laughed. What? Suppress our domain? The 3 of them were bewildered. If I say to make your domains disappear, your domains will disappear. Dong Hanzong's domineering aura was unparalleled. He raised his head and pointed at the sky, and suddenly roared, "Shatter for me." Immediately, streaks of invisible energy surged toward the 3 of them like a tidal wave. This power was magnificent and majestic. There was the undying divine power, the power of invincibility, the power of sealing, and the power of the stars, the power of the 5 domains intertwined, emitting a monstrous pressure that enveloped the 3 of them. Immediately, a horrifying scene appeared. Following the pressure, runes began to appear on Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin's bodies. These runes were their immortal runes, invincible runes, and sealing runes. However, those 3 symbols had already fused with their bodies. Yet, at that moment, they were no longer under their control, and were leaving their bodies one after another. What's going on? Dong Tianchen and the other 2 immediately panicked. I am the Lord of the 5 realms. They dare to be impudent in front of me? Shatter. Dong Hanzong waved his hand. His domineering aura was like that of a ruler. As his voice fell, Dong Tianchen and the other 2's runes were shattered. This time, the 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. How could their runes be shattered so easily? They felt that these runes did not belong to them. Terrifying. I didn't expect Dong Hanzong to be able to suppress Dong Tianchen and the other two's domains so much. Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf were also extremely shocked. Sure enough, he still had some amazing tricks up his sleeve. The shattering of the runes meant that the outcome was already decided. This was because Dong Tianchen and the other two could only activate their domains once a day. Once the runes were shattered, their domains would also dissipate. Naturally, they would not be able to activate them again. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. Dong Tianchen and the other two roared in anger. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom. Streaks of ultimates appeared one after another. A total of 21. The will of heaven erupted. As the three waved their hands, 21 streaks of ultimates instantly shattered in all directions and charged toward Dong Hanzong. Do you guys know how weak you are now? Dong Hanzong said contemptuously. They did not dodge. 21 streaks of ultimates bombarded, but when the dust dissipated, Dong Hanzong's body was not injured at all. Invincible posture. The three's domains had dissipated, but his domain was still there. Why is this happening? Dong Tianchen and the other two were dumbfounded. Even if Dong Hanzong could evolve their domains, it was impossible for him to interfere with their domains. Despair. Tremble. Haha, seal. Dong Hanzong laughed loudly. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, making swishing sounds. It was as if a demon god had descended, causing one to tremble. As he waved his hand, the power of the sealed god domain was born and drowned Dong Tianchen and the other two. The three of them immediately felt that whether it was their power, divine power, or law force, all of them were sealed. The domain disappeared, and their power, divine power, and law force were also sealed. Wasn't this equivalent to being trapped in a cage, ready to be slaughtered? In an instant. The three of them were in extreme despair. What the hell is going on? Aren't they the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty? Why are they killing each other? Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, and Golden-Winged Wolf King have become spectators. The surrounding creatures looked at this scene and could not help but reveal a puzzled look. Logically speaking, Dong Hanzong and the other three should have joined forces to deal with Qin Feiyang and the other two. But now, Qin Feiyang and the other two were standing to the side. However, the four of them all had expressions of complete indifference to them, and continued to kill one another. It was too strange. Dong Hanzong looked at the three of them with contempt and laughed proudly. You few pieces of trash, now tell me, other than your family background, what else is worthy of being proud of? The three of them clenched their fists. You can't figure it out, right? Dong Hanzong sneered and the 7 ultimate mysteries instantly appeared, carrying a monstrous murderous aura as they attacked the three of them. The divine power, and law force of the three of them had been sealed, and they had no power to fight back at all. In the nick of time, a white figure stood in front of them. Qin Feiyang. The three of them were refreshed. It was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. The outcome has been decided, you can leave now. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death appeared, and the dual will of the heavens erupted. With just the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, he crushed Dong Hanzong's 7 ultimate mysteries as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashed into Dong Hanzong's body with a loud bang. However, even the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death could not cause the slightest injury to Dong Hanzong. This was the state of being invincible. Absolutely invincible. Dong Tianchen and the other two looked at each other and decisively retreated. Qin Feiyang actually saved them? And Dong Tianchen and the other two seemed to listen to him? What the hell is going on? All of the surrounding living beings were filled with confusion. On the battlefield, Dong Hanzong looked at Qin Feiyang and suddenly reached out to pat his clothes with a contemptuous expression. What he meant was that the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the dual will of the heavens, were not that great. It could not even blow away the dust on his body. Seeing how powerful your Qian Kuan domain is, my hands are itching. Let me have a taste of it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As you wish. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he raised his hand and the sealing power surged toward Qin Feiyang. Dodge! Dong Xin shouted. As the controller of the sealed god domain, she knew how terrifying the sealing power was. As long as one was submerged by the sealing power, even if one had heaven-defying means, they would not be able to use it. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. As the sealing power surged, he also felt that his strength, divine power, and law power were sealed in an instant. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break through the sealing power. You actually dare to resist the power of the domain. You are really arrogant. Dong Hanzong sneered. Boom. The 7 ultimate mysteries appeared out of nowhere and mercilessly attacked Qin Feiyang. It is indeed very strong. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and took a step forward, calmly avoiding the 7 ultimate mysteries. Although he could not activate the moment of time, with his current cultivation, his speed was not too slow. As long as he could maintain his calm, it was not difficult to avoid the 7 ultimate mysteries. Damn! He's too calm. His strength, divine power, and law power are sealed, but he is not nervous at all. Dong Tianchen and the other 2 were dumbfounded. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked long ago. Once a person panicked, they would lose their sense of propriety and naturally, it would be difficult to avoid the attack of the 7 ultimate mysteries. They were ashamed of their inferiority to such a calm state of mind. However, Qin Feiyang's demeanor fell into Dong Hanzong's eyes and he could not help but be furious. Because this demeanor felt like he was looking down on him. Swish! He activated the moment of time and took a step forward, slapping Qin Feiyang with his palm. Dong Hanzong's speed after activating instant time was naturally several times faster than Qin Feiyang's current speed. Qin Feiyang didn't dodge and suffered a palm strike on his chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Now I will let you see the gap between us. Dong Hanzong grinned. He activated the moment of time to the limit and it was almost impossible to see his trace as he crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. Even if it is Qin Feiyang facing this person, he can only be beaten up. The peerless genius of the Central Dynasty is indeed powerful. Everyone murmured and looked at Dong Hanzong with fear in their eyes. Because Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. If even Qin Feiyang could not defeat him, then there was almost no one in the Divine Kingdom who could compete with Dong Hanzong. Chapter 4268. Come on. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you the #1 person in the Sky Cloud realm? Why are you only getting beaten up? Aren't you losing face for the Sky Cloud realm? Dong Hanzong went crazy. In less than a moment, Qin Feiyang's body was dripping with blood. Son of a bitch, you're too arrogant. The white-eyed wolf was furious. Don't move. Old Qin will have a way. Madman secretly said. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he suppressed his anger and roared, Little Qin Zi, make him shut up. Make me shut up. Then you ask him first, do you have the ability to break the seal? Dong Hanzong sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he took a step back. Want to leave? Dong Hanzong immediately activated moment of time, but in the blink of an eye, he was behind Qin Feiyang and slapped his palm at Qin Feiyang's back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Qin Feiyang's whole body suddenly smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Billowing dust and smoke shrouded all directions, and his back was badly mutilated with blood gushing out. Now I'll send you to hell. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly. Boom! The 7 ultimate mysteries instantly appeared, carrying the power to destroy the world, shattering the void and the earth as it blasted forward. Then I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the dust. The next moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a purple-gold dragon soul appeared out of thin air. Eye of heaven, open. Around Qin Feiyang, the outline of a domain gradually emerged. But the speed was very slow. It was similar to copying the ultimate mysteries. Qin Feiyang frowned, and a time array appeared under his feet. This was the advantage of mastering the law of time, being able to set up a time array at any time. As soon as the time array appeared, the law of time in the place where Qin Feiyang was located suddenly became different. Almost in the next moment, The domain around his body completely solidified. It was the sealed God domain. Numerous sealing runes flashed with dazzling divine light. What? The Eye of Heaven can actually replicate the God seal domain? Dong Xin was stunned. Dong Hanzong's eyes trembled. It could even replicate the God seal domain. The Eye of Heaven was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 strongest battle souls. Seal. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed a finger at the sky. A formless sealing force surged toward Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong's God force, physical strength, and law energy were sealed on the spot. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward, dodging the 7 ultimate profoundness and arriving in front of Dong Hanzong in a single step, punching out. Both of them had their power, God power, and magical laws sealed. Therefore, their strength was relatively low. Rumble. Bang. Bang. A hand-to-hand battle began. Even though their strength had been sealed, their fists were still as hard as steel, and ear-piercing metallic sounds could be heard when they collided. So what if you can replicate the apotheosis domain? I still have the undying domain and the invincible domain. I am invincible. Relying on the undying domain and the invincible domain, Dong Hanzong risked his life against Qin Feiyang at all costs. It could be said that he had sacrificed 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. Dong Hanzong grinned. But before his voice died away, the smile on his face froze. A time array appeared under Qin Feiyang's feet again, and 2 domains appeared around him. It was the God-slaying domain and the undying domain. It can replicate both. Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping's expressions froze. The Eye of Heaven was simply a scoundrel. No matter how strong one's technique was, it could replicate it. Most importantly, generally speaking, replicas were definitely inferior to the original. However, the replicas produced by the Eye of Heaven were not inferior to the original at all. What's the point of doing this? Seeing all of his techniques being copied by Qin Feiyang, Dong Hanzong roared in anger out of humiliation. This is my technique. It's also my ability. If you have the ability, why don't you replicate it for me to see? Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and landed in front of Dong Hanzong with a big stride, punching towards Dong Hanzong's lower abdomen. But it was useless. The invincible stance and the undying body were simply unbreakable. But now, Dong Hanzong was unable to hurt Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang had also activated the undying body and the invincible stance. Moreover, because of the sealing power, no matter how strong their combat strength became, they were unable to unleash it. The battle was in a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to each other. However, in contrast, Dong Hanzong was even more anxious. Because the domain had a time limit. When the time was up, his Chenkuan domain would collapse, which was equivalent to losing his strongest trump card. But Qin Feiyang was different. The domain was just something that he had replicated. Losing it would not cause him any loss. At that time, the ultimate profound of the law of life and death, the dual will of the heavenly Tao, Dong Hanzong did not have a domain, so he could not block it at all. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was not afraid of dragging it out. Time passed bit by bit. Seeing that half an hour had passed, Dong Hanzong said in a deep voice, "Close the sealed God domain and fight fair and square." Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Fighting like this was indeed a bit stifling. Because he clearly had a set of heaven-defying methods, but he was unable to unleash them. It felt as if his hands were tied. The 2 of them retracted the sealing power at the same time. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying power of law roared out. Now is the time, inverse the universe. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's 7 ultimate mysteries immediately turned in the air and charged towards Qin Feiyang. So that's your plan. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. This inverse the universe was indeed very powerful. It could almost be said to be an invincible existence. Because you had no way to break it. Just like Boss G and the others, they were all very strong. But so what if they were strong? Facing inverse the universe, all of your profound laws would be controlled by the other party. Even when facing Dong Hanzong, you wouldn't dare to activate your profound laws. Without the Eye of Heaven, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be able to do anything. However, in this world, there were no IFs. When the time array was activated, the Eye of Heaven once again showed its power and instantly replicated the universe domain. Inverse the universe. As Qin Feiyang spoke, the ultimate mysteries that were charging towards Dong Hanzong immediately turned in the air and charged towards him. Even my universe domain can be replicated? Dong Hanzong's expression froze. What the hell is this? Everything can be replicated, how can one fight? This is too shameless. With this Eye of Heaven, no matter who he is facing, Qin Feiyang will definitely be in an invincible position. I have never seen such a shameless way of fighting. Dong Ping muttered. Yeah. You still want to kill him. We are simply looking for a beating. Dong Xin's heart was bitter. Last time, she fought with the white-eyed wolf. Dong Ping also fought with Lunatic. Although Dong Tianchen had fought with Qin Feiyang before, it was only an avatar. So, for the three of them, this was the first time they saw Qin Feiyang personally take action. This was also the first time, but it was already an eye-opener for them. It turned out that this was Qin Feiyang's strength. It was indeed heaven-defying. Did you see that? So what if he is an unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty? He is still suppressed by Qin Feiyang. In the west, on a mountain peak, the monarch said with a proud smile. Next to him, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Cough, cough. Father. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Heavenly Lord Ji was also there, and he said somewhat awkwardly. He felt that his father now was like a parent who compared children with others. With such an outstanding descendant, why keep a low profile? Don't you feel gratified? The king glared at him. Gratified, gratified. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded repeatedly with a helpless expression. Don't flatter yourself. What does it have to do with you? The divine king looked at him with disdain. Just be envious. Of course, you can only be envious now. The king didn't take the divine king's mockery to heart at all, and his face was full of pride. The divine king's face darkened. To be honest, he was a little envious. But there was no need to be so smug, right? Divine King, please understand him. After all, there is nothing else in his life that can make him proud. The sovereign of the human race laughed. That's true. The Divine King nodded. Sovereign, what do you mean by that? How many things can make me proud in my life? Heavenly Lord and Tianyu, which one of them doesn't make me proud? The king said angrily. Father, what are you talking about? My achievements are not worth mentioning at all. Hearing his father praising him in front of the divine king and the sovereign of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji was still a little uncomfortable. I'm telling the truth. The king smiled proudly. Yes, the siblings are indeed outstanding. But what about that grandson of yours? Compared to your grandson, Qin Batian, he seems a little. The divine king looked at the king with ridicule in his eyes. The king's expression stiffened as he glared at Heavenly Lord Ji and snorted coldly. I can only say that someone didn't teach his son well. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji felt very wronged. Who did I offend? Why did I scold him for no reason? Didn't you teach your son well? Why don't you say gene mutation? Besides, compared to his peers, his son was not bad, but compared to people like Qin Feiyang, he was much worse. But the key point was, in this world, how many people could be compared to people like Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, Golden Wing Wolf King, and Dong Hanzong? On the battlefield, the battle became more and more intense. Terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions like raging waves in the ocean. This time, Qin Feiyang was in the most difficult battle. Although his 7 ultimate intents were stronger than Dong Hanzong's 7 ultimate intents, he couldn't do anything to Dong Hanzong because of the stellar transposition, immortal body, and invincible state. Could it be that he could only defeat Dong Hanzong by dragging on for an hour? All of you, back off. All of a sudden, he looked at Frenzy and the others and roared. 3,000 clones charged over, and various ultimate intents appeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky above was filled with ultimate intents, densely packed and mighty. It's useless. Reverse the universe. Dong Hanzong sneered. A total of 21,000 ultimate intents were all controlled by Dong Hanzong in an instant and charged toward Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 clones. He can control so many ultimate intents. Is there no limit to the universe domain? Qin Feiyang couldn't calm down. It seemed that he could only drag on for an hour to end this battle. Chapter 4269. Dong Tianchen looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Hurry up and activate Inverse the Universe. If this drags on, let's see who's the one who's anxious." Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Tianchen. At the moment, he really couldn't find a way to break Inverse the Universe. He could only drag on. As Inverse the Universe was activated, the 21,000 ultimate meanings that were charging at Dong Hanzong immediately spun in the air and charged at him again. "Don't even think about it." Dong Hanzong roared and activated Inverse the Universe again, fighting with Qin Feiyang for the control of the 21,000 ultimates. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and stared at Dong Hanzong. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to break Inverse the Universe. But he was different. He had 3,000 incarnations. All 3,000 incarnations could activate the Eye of Heaven and copy Dong Hanzong's domains. For example, now, if the 3,000 incarnations joined forces with him to fight for the control of the 21,000 ultimates, they would definitely win. This was because this was the suppression of numbers. There's no need to wait. Qin Feiyang smirked and turned to look at the 3,000 incarnations. You all understand what I mean, right? Yes. The 3,000 incarnations nodded. What's going on? Looking at this scene, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin couldn't help but feel confused. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a series of deafening dragon roars, a purple-gold dragon soul appeared above the heads of the 3,000 clones. The Eye of Heaven was activated at the same time. What? These incarnations can activate the Eye of Heaven? Dong Tianchen and the other three were stunned. This was beyond their imagination. Qin Feiyang was already so powerful when he activated the Eye of Heaven. Now that the 3,000 incarnations had activated the Eye of Heaven as well, how powerful would that be? As the Eye of Heaven moved, the 3,000 incarnations formed their Qian Kuan domains. What kind of joke is this? Are these 3,000 incarnations humans or ghosts? Dong Hanzong was in disbelief. Now, watch how I break your Qian Kuan domain. Qin Feiyang stared at Dong Hanzong and smiled coldly. Inverse Universe. The 3,000 clones immediately roared, and invisible forces surged out and surged toward the 21,000 ultimate meanings. This was a battle of wills. Whoever had the strongest will would be able to seize the right to control all 21,000 ultimate profound meanings. However, Dong Hanzong was facing Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations alone. Was there any suspense? One had to know. Each of the 3,000 incarnations was Qin Feiyang's true body. In other words, now, Dong Hanzong had to face 3001 Qin Feiyang by himself. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations seized control of 21,000 ultimate intents. Then, they controlled these ultimate intents and attacked Dong Hanzong crazily. "No, I will not lose to you." Dong Hanzong roared, gritting his teeth. Boom. Then, the 21,000 ultimate intents arrived. The Undying Rune and the God-Sealing Rune that had fused with Dong Hanzong collapsed on the spot. In other words, the 21,000 ultimate intents had already broken the limits of the Undying Rune and the God-Sealing Rune. Of course. This was not beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. This was because the 21,000 ultimate intents were originally his. Not only did he have 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death, but he also had 2 wills of heaven path. One could imagine how powerful he was. He is so powerful. If it was him in Qingtian City, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Dong Xin murmured. Yes. Dong Ping nodded. This person's strength had already exceeded their imagination. No matter how strong he is, he can't break the invincible stance. Because the invincible stance is absolutely invincible. Dong Tianchen clenched his fists tightly. Although Qin Fei Yang's opponent was Dong Hanzong, he was more nervous than Dong Hanzong at this moment. Because, if Dong Hanzong couldn't block this wave, it proved that there was a limit to the invincible stance. At the same time, it also meant that he wasn't Qin Fei Yang's opponent. Dong Ping was stunned for a moment before he slapped his head and said, "Yes, when you fought with Lu Yuntian previously, Lu Yuntian also mastered the law of life and death, 6 ultimate intents, and 2 ultimate intents, but he still couldn't break the invincible stance. Qin Fei Yang definitely can't do it now. Qin Fei Yang is different from Lu Yuntian. Because Qin Fei Yang has the Eye of Heaven. Didn't Lu Yuntian and Qin Fei Yang have a battle before? Because Qin Fei Yang has the Eye of Heaven, Lu Yuntian lost miserably to him." Dong Tianchen shook his head. Eye of Heaven. Dong Ping looked at Qin Fei Yang again. One Eye of Heaven was enough to reverse the situation. It was really terrifying. Under Dong Tianchen's nervous gaze, Dong Hanzong, who was drowned by the 21,000 ultimate intents, didn't show any injuries. Haha, the invincible stance is indeed invincible. Dong Tianchen couldn't help laughing in his heart. Even Qin Fei Yang couldn't break the invincible stance of the god-slaying domain. Dong Hanzong also raised his head and laughed, looking at Qin Fei Yang with contempt. "Kill me if you can." Qin Fei Yang raised his eyebrows. The lunatic, the white-eyed wolf, couldn't help but frown. Although the invincible stance of the god-slaying domain couldn't increase one's battle strength like the undying domain, in terms of defense, it was really heaven-defying. 21,000 ultimate intents, this kind of terrifying destructive power could even destroy a world like the Black Tortoise world. But now, it couldn't even shake Dong Hanzong's invincible body. Huff. Qin Fei Yang couldn't calm his heart. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Dong Hanzong and said, "There's still half an hour before your domain's time is up. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for." Dong Hanzong's body stiffened, and his laughter stopped abruptly. That's right. Although the invincible stance gave him absolute invincibility, there was a time limit. When the time was up, how could he fight Qin Fei Yang? Suddenly, he scanned the surrounding living beings who were watching the battle and suddenly roared, "Monarch, Deity King, where are the supreme beings of the human race? Immediately bring people to help me eliminate this thief." Qin Fei Yang frowned. The lunatic, the white-eyed wolf also couldn't help but look around. Although they didn't see the Lord and the others, the battle had been going on for so long. They must have heard the news and rushed over. At the mountain peak, the Lord and the others looked at each other. Heavenly Lord Ji asked, "What should we do?" "Do as you see fit." The Divine King sneered. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled bitterly. The Divine King was obviously not going to make a move. "We can't not make a move. If the commotion is small, we can still say that we didn't know he was fighting Qin Fei Yang when the people of the Central Dynasty ask. But now that the commotion is so big, if we still say that we didn't know, it won't make sense." The human supremes frowned. "I also agree with the supremes." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. Dong Hanzong died in the 4 continents, and the people of the Central Dynasty would definitely come to investigate. If they didn't make a move now, how would they deal with the people of the Central Dynasty? The people of the Central Dynasty weren't fools. Normal excuses wouldn't fool them. The Divine King frowned and said angrily, "This is so troublesome. I really want to declare war on the Central Dynasty now so that I don't have to spend so much effort to cover it up." The Lord and the human supremes looked at each other. They also had the same idea. But Qin Fei Yang was right. They didn't have the strength to fight against the Central Dynasty at all, so they had to bear with it. "Then let's do it. It's okay to pretend." The Lord took a deep breath and said to the Divine King, "Okay." The Divine King nodded, his face full of reluctance. Dong Hanzong didn't see the Lord and the others for a long time. He shouted angrily, "You must be here. Come out." Whoosh. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, the monarch and the other 3 people ran over, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Seeing the 4 of them like this, the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but twitch their lips. This show was too realistic. They were indeed movie stars. Dong Hanzong was overjoyed when he saw the 4 of them. He shouted, "Now is a good chance. Gather the people of the three races and encircle them. Okay. The four nodded. Do you think we'll give them this chance? The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Hanzong sarcastically and then pretended to attack the Lord and the others with the mad scientist. You want to stop the Lord and the others with just the two of you? This is simply wishful thinking, Dong Hanzong said in disdain. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were also very strong, but the Lord had 3,000 incarnations, and the divine king and the human supremes also had the mark of the gods and the sword of faith. These were all incredible means. What if we join them? But before he finished, another voice rang out. Dong Hanzong frowned and turned to look at Dong Tianchen. Dong Tianchen smiled coldly and looked at the Lord and the others. He shouted, I order you all to stand there and don't move. What? The four of them looked at Dong Tianchen in shock. That's right. No one is allowed to interfere in this battle. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Dong Ping and Dong Xin also stood out and stared at the Lord and the others with murderous intent. The four of them looked at each other. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf also stopped and looked at Dong Tianchen and the others with a strange expression. The others were even more speechless. What the hell was going on? Previously, Dong Tianchen and the others joined forces to kill Dong Hanzong. Now, the three of them stopped the Lord and the others from helping Dong Hanzong? Wasn't this an internal conflict? What are you doing? In the past few days, I was indeed in the wrong for the things I did to you all. However, you don't have to only care about your own selfishness. Qin Feiyang and the others must be eliminated. Otherwise, when Lord Emperor investigates this matter, who will bear this responsibility? Dong Hanzong came back to his senses and glared at Dong Tianchen and the others. Don't say such pompous words. Today, even if the gods descended, they can't save you. As for the Lord Emperor's investigation, we will bear the responsibility. Dong Tianchen sneered. You, Dong Hanzong was furious. Don't blame us for being merciless. You provoked us first. Dong Xin smiled coldly. She then looked at the monarch and the other three and said with a murderous aura, Dong Hanzong is inferior to us in the central dynasty. If you don't want to die, then stay here quietly. Yes. The four of them quickly nodded and looked panicked. But in their hearts, they were overjoyed. They were still worried about finding an excuse. End of chapter. Chapter 4270. Dong Tianchen and the other two's forceful interference caused Dong Hanzong to panic. If the king and the rest were willing to help, victory would be in their hands. Because the strength of the three races couldn't be underestimated. Especially Boss G and the others, each of them had 3,000 incarnations. The God Race experts also had the God Race's mark. But now, because of Dong Tianchen and the other two's obstruction, the king and the rest couldn't help. Dong Hanzong was fighting alone. He was almost driven crazy by Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven. He thought of all kinds of methods, but he couldn't break the suppression of the Eye of Heaven. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his head, suffocating him. The time until the universe domain disappeared was getting shorter and shorter. Dong Hanzong no longer had the desire to continue fighting. He looked around, looking for a way to escape. Trying to escape? Do you think I'll let you do as you wish? Dong Tianchen sneered and took a step forward, blocking the south side of the battlefield. You have nowhere to run. Dong Ping and Dong Xin looked at each other, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They also blocked the west and north sides of the battlefield. The white-eyed wolf and Feng Zi were naturally wary of Dong Hanzong's escape. Dong Hanzong stared at Dong Tianchen and the other two, his eyes filled with anger. This is the price for plotting against us. Dong Tianchen sneered, his face detestable. Although he wasn't a good person, and his hands were stained with blood, he had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. And it was his former comrade. You won't have the chance to escape. Instead of wasting time, why don't you go all out and fight me to the death? As long as you can defeat me, they can't stop you from leaving. Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. 7 ultimate profound meanings appeared out of nowhere. Why? Why are you helping them? Aren't I stronger than these good-for-nothings? Dong Hanzong roared, gritting his teeth. All kinds of ultimate profundities roared as they rushed towards Qin Fei Yang. Boom! Qin Fei Yang's 7 ultimate profundities contained 1 law of life and death, as well as 2 wills of the heavenly way. However, Dong Tianquan's 7 ultimate profundities were all ultimate laws, and there was only 1 wills of the heavenly way. Was there any suspense? It was a completely one-sided situation. Boom! The kingdom of life and death was incomparably tyrannical, crushing everything in its path as it blasted towards Dong Hanzong. However, the invincible stance was still as powerful as ever. It was impossible to shake Dong Hanzong. Rumble. The two of them continued to collide. Destructive shockwaves from the battle spread out in all directions. Many people had already retreated. This was because the fluctuations of the battle had far exceeded the scope of what they could withstand. The monarch murmured, "Let's not talk about who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's just talk about their methods. Indeed, no one can compare to them. Yes. If it were us, not to mention Qin Fei Yang, even Dong Hanzong would be able to kill us." The divine king nodded. Although Dong Hanzong's character was not good, no one dared to deny his powerful strength. He could be called the number 1 person in the divine kingdom. Time passed quietly. The remaining half an hour had finally passed. During this period, Dong Hanzong thought of all kinds of ways to escape the battlefield, but he couldn't find an opportunity. The despair in his heart grew even stronger. It was also the first time he had experienced the taste of despair. Because once, he was the one who made others despair. Once the time was up, Dong Hanzong's universe domain immediately disappeared. Haha, now, what else can you use to fight with old Qin? Lunatic couldn't help but laugh. Without the universe domain as a trump card, not to mention Qin Fei Yang, even he and the white-eyed wolf could easily get rid of Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong looked at Lunatic and then at the white-eyed wolf and Dong Tianquan. At this moment, there was a trace of a smile on everyone's face. It was as if they were mocking him. This feeling almost made him collapse. Come on. Victory or defeat depends on this. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. To be honest, he was also extremely aggrieved in this battle. He tried all kinds of methods but still couldn't break Dong Hanzong's invincible posture. Was there really no limit to this invincible posture? However, it was a battle, as long as he could win. Bang! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 3,000 incarnations waved their hands and the kingdom of life and death instantly appeared in the sky. 3,000 kingdom of life and death, and there were 2 ultimate profound meanings. What kind of scene was this? Dong Hanzong looked at this scene and clenched his hands together tightly. His body couldn't help but tremble. This was caused by fear. Without the universe domain, he was no longer able to face these 3,000 ultimate profound meanings. However, at this moment, the void behind Dong Xin suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Before everyone came back to their senses, a woman suddenly appeared behind Dong Xin. The power of law surged out and a palm slammed towards Dong Xin. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Dong Xin's physical body shattered on the spot and blood splattered in the sky. Dong Qin. Dong Hanzong turned his head and was immediately overjoyed. However, Qin Fei Yang, Lunatic, White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Tianquan, and Dong Ping were all furious. Dong Qin, what are you doing? Dong Xin was also furious, and her divine soul quickly fled. However, Dong Qin stretched out her arm like lightning and grabbed Dong Xin's soul. Dong Xin, don't blame me, Dong Qin said with a painful expression. She looked at Dong Hanzong and said, Brother Zong, run. Dong Hanzong came back to his senses and immediately activated momentary time to rush towards Dong Qin. Don't even think about it. Dong Tianquan and Dong Ping roared. They went forward to intercept her. Dong Qin shouted, Don't move, or I'll kill Dong Xin. When the two heard this, their faces suddenly sank and they came to a sudden stop. Dong Qin, you have to think carefully. You're only a direct descendant, and Dong Xin is a direct descendant. If you do this, not only will you bring disaster to yourself, but also your family. Is it worth it for a villain like Dong Hanzong? Dong Tianquan roared. Whether it's worth it or not, I know it in my heart. Don't move, or I'll really kill you. Dong Qin looked at the two vigilantly and waved her hand to open a spacetime passage. She said in a deep voice, "Brother Zong, you go first, I'll hold them back." Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping, then looked at Qin Feiyang. A cold smile flashed in his eyes and he rushed into the spacetime passage without looking back. "Did you see that? You let him go first, and he ran away without saying a word. If he really likes you, will he let you stay behind and take the risk?" Dong Tianchen roared. "This woman, why is she so brainless? Dong Hanzong has been using her all along." However, Dong Qin turned a deaf ear and kept looking at Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Qin Feiyang with vigilance. He. Suddenly, Madman laughed. Dong Qin immediately stared at Madman. "Do you think we really care about Dong Xin's life?" Madman revealed a mouthful of white teeth, but his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Dong Qin panicked. Dong Xin's soul also couldn't help but panic. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the other two were enemies with their divine kingdom. Why would they be afraid of Dong Xin? Senior brother, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. But at this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and smiled. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 life and death kingdom disappeared, along with the 3,000 incarnations. He looked at Dong Qin and said, "Let go of Dong Xin, I will let you go." "What?" Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. For Dong Xin, this person was really afraid of shooting the rat for fear of breaking the vases. My patience has its limits. Don't think about using Dong Xin to threaten us. If you know what's good for you, let go of her immediately, otherwise you will never have the chance to leave Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Qin Feiyang stared at Dong Qin, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Dong Qin found that she didn't dare to look at Qin Feiyang's eyes. With a wave of her hand, she opened another spacetime tunnel and slowly retreated into it. Just as she was teleported away, she let go of Dong Xin's soul. Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping immediately rushed up. One person protected Dong Xin's soul while the other attacked the spacetime tunnel. Boom! With a loud bang, the tunnel collapsed on the spot, but Dong Qin's figure had already disappeared. "Little Qinzi, what are you doing?" Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf ran over and stared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. "They want to escape. How can it be so easy?" Qin Feiyang sneered and looked at the two of them. "Don't worry, I have asked Mu Qing to open her all-seeing eye and spy on their whereabouts." "I see." The two of them suddenly understood. Dong Tianchen and the other two also understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. As long as Mu Qing was there, it didn't matter even if Dong Hanzong escaped. Because Mu Qing could track Dong Hanzong's whereabouts at any time and place. And now, Dong Hanzong's universe domain couldn't be opened again, so no matter how he escaped, he would only die. Qin Feiyang, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Qin have all gone to the village one after another. Obviously, they have secretly discussed a way out before. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qing's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "They went to the village." Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's right. They must have thought that if they returned to the central dynasty, we would definitely hunt them down to the end, so they went to the village to seek refuge." Mu Qing thought. "They are quite smart. With Boss Ji and the other elders, even we wouldn't dare to kill them directly in the village. But they don't know that these elders are all our people." Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. As his voice fell, he opened a time tunnel. Seeing this scene, Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf smiled slightly. Without thinking, they knew that Mu Qing must have tracked Dong Hanzong's whereabouts. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stepped into the time tunnel. "What are you waiting for? Do you still want to take revenge?" White-Eyed Wolf looked at Dong Tianchen and the other two, rolled his eyes, and rushed into the time tunnel with Lunatic. The three of them came back to their senses and quickly followed. In the village, at this moment, a group of elders stood at the entrance of the village. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin stood outside the village. "What are you doing here?" Looking at the two in a sorry state, Boss Ji and the other elders frowned. Dong Qin was fine because she didn't offend them. But Dong Hanzong came to the village and acted like a tyrant, so they naturally didn't like him. Chapter 4271. Plop. Without saying a word, Dong Qin knelt on the ground. The group of old men was stunned. What was going on? Wait. Previously, little Wang said that Dong Hanzong is fighting with Qin Feiyang and the others. But now, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin have come to us. Looking at Dong Hanzong's current appearance, could it be that the battle is over? Ji Laroa said. Hearing this, Ji Ju looked at Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, and a hint of understanding gradually appeared in his eyes. He secretly smiled and said, "It seems that they should be hiding from Qin Feiyang's pursuit, so they came here to ask for help." Sure enough. Dong Qin kowtowed with a pleading face and looked at the group of old men and said, "Please help us, seniors." Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Qin and also cupped his hands and said, "Please help us, seniors. This junior will definitely repay you in the future. Haha, now you know how to call yourself a junior. Weren't you very arrogant when you came here?" Ji Laroche laughed. The gloating in his words was not concealed at all. Dong Hanzong clenched his hands, and a trace of hostility flashed between his eyebrows. "Don't be impulsive." Dong Qin hurriedly comforted Dong Hanzong and looked at Ji Laroche and said, "Senior, we were wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. This old man is not such a petty person." Ji Laroche snorted coldly. Dong Qin was delighted and hurriedly said, "So, senior, you agree to help us? That's a different matter. This old man is magnanimous not to bother with you, but helping you is going against Qin Feiyang. Even you peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty can't do anything to Qin Feiyang, let alone us old men." Ji Laroche sneered. "Senior, no matter how strong Qin Feiyang is, he certainly won't dare to come here." Dong Qin hurriedly said, "Who said I won't dare to come?" But before her voice faded, a cold voice sounded. A space-time passage appeared, and Qin Feiyang and the others came out one after another. What? Dong Qin's face suddenly turned pale. How did he find them so quickly? Did you forget about the all-seeing eye? Madman looked at the two of them mockingly. It's the all-seeing eye again. Dong Hanzong's heart went crazy. Mu Qing, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll chop you into pieces. Dong Tianchen glanced at the two of them, then looked at the group of elders and said with a frown, "They're here to seek protection, right?" "That's right." Boss Ji nodded. "You can't protect them. This is an order," Dong Tianchen said with a cold glint in his eyes. "Ah!" The group of elders couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Dong Tianchen said with a murderous aura, "You don't need to ask why. In short, whoever protects them will die. In that case, we really can't make a move." The group of elders looked at each other and then frowned. "But if His Majesty pursues the matter, how are we going to answer to him?" "Don't worry. We will explain to His Majesty," Dong Tianchen said. "If that's the case," Boss Ji looked at Ji Laroa and the others and asked, "Then why don't we avoid trouble?" "Yes." Ji Laroa and the others nodded. "No, seniors, I beg of you, please help us," Dong Qin begged. "I'm sorry. Since Dong Tianchen has said so, we definitely can't help you." Boss Ji shook his head and retreated to the side. Ji Laroa and the others looked at each other and retreated silently. On the surface, they were all silent, but in fact, they were all laughing and chatting in secret. The ability of these kids really makes this old man have a whole new level of respect for them time and time again. Yeah. Even Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin chose to stand with them. Dong Hanzong is really stupid. Of all the people to scheme against, he had to scheme against these kids. Isn't he digging his own grave? In fact, they knew the reason. The Lord had already told them. Their previous performance was all an act. At the same time, seeing the group of elders standing by, Dong Qin's face was filled with despair. Dong Hanzong's eyes were also gloomy. "It's time for you to die." Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. Then, they took a step forward and charged at Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong glanced at the crowd and suddenly pulled Dong Qin, turned around, and flew away without looking back. "You still want to leave?" The two sneered and activated the moment of time and chased after him at lightning speed. Dongxin also followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang, the Mad One, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. They also followed behind unhurriedly. Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, no matter what Brother Zong did to you, you can't join forces with Qin Feiyang to kill him. Dong Qin was furious and her words were filled with anxiety. Don't make it sound so nice. If it's you, you'll be crazier than us. Dong Ping snorted. No. If it's me, I'll definitely think about the big picture. Dong Qin hurriedly said. The big picture? When Dong Hanzong schemed against us, why didn't he think about the big picture? You, on the other hand, don't be so stubborn. Otherwise, don't blame us when we return to the central dynasty and attack your family. Dong Tianchen roared. If it wasn't for this woman, Dong Hanzong would have died in the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain. Dong Qin's eyes trembled. This was the problem she was most worried about. She could follow Dong Hanzong and flee to the end of the world, but what about her family? Regardless of whether it was Dong Xin or Dong Tianchen, the clans behind them could easily wipe out her clan. She didn't want to be the sinner of her family. Suddenly, she steeled her heart and pushed Dong Hanzong away. She turned to face Dong Tianchen and the Mad One and said, "Use my death to exchange for Brother Zong's life, okay?" Dong Hanzong turned to look at Dong Qin and flew away without any hesitation. He's really not a man. Once again abandoning Dong Qin and escaping by himself, even Qin Feiyang and the other two were deeply disgusted by Dong Hanzong's actions. Was this the style of a man? Shouldn't a man stand up and protect his woman? How could a man hide behind a woman? Wake up. A man like him isn't worth your sacrifice. Dong Xin roared and was burning with anxiety. Can I beg you. Dong Qin turned a deaf ear and begged again and again. What a stupid woman. Get lost. Dong Tianchen roared. He slammed his palm toward Dong Qin without mercy. You forced me to do this. Dong Qin suddenly gave a low roar, and an enchantment suddenly appeared around her. Boom. The next moment. Accompanied by the emergence of the power of laws, Dong Qin waved her hand and 7 ultimate laws appeared. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted. At the same time, in Dong Qin's domain, milky white runes appeared one after another, emitting a sacred aura. Boom. Immediately after, the will of the heavenly Tao released by the 7 ultimate laws soared to another level. This, Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What was going on? Dual will of the heavenly Tao? That's right. At this time, Dong Qin's will of the heavenly Tao was already comparable to Qin Feiyang's dual will of the heavenly Tao. This is the vast heaven domain. It can increase the will of the heavenly Tao by 1 level. Dong Xin said in a deep voice. Damn. These 5 domains are indeed more ridiculous than the other. White-eyed wolf said in shock. Dual will of the heavenly Tao was not a joke. With Dong Qin's strength, it was completely enough to crush the older generation. Boom. Dong Qin waved her hand and the 7 ultimate laws charged toward Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping. The two panicked and hurriedly activated instant time to dodge. Now. Their god-killing domain and undying domain were no longer there, so they couldn't fight Dong Qin head-on. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qin and said to Madman, "Senior brother, you stay behind to deal with her." No big deal. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the white-eyed wolf and Dong Tianchen. Then, he activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao and stepped on instant time to chase after Dong Hanzong. Don't even think about it. Dong Qin still wanted to stop Qin Feiyang. The 7 ultimate laws turned in the air and charged toward them. Do you think Laozi doesn't exist? Madman said angrily. Following a loud clang, the all-evil sword appeared out of thin air and slashed out furiously. Boom. A terrifying battle wave roared out and the surrounding mountains and rivers were instantly razed to the ground. Dual will of the heavenly Tao can no longer stop Laozi. Madman laughed proudly and exerted force with both hands. The all-evil sword's edge was monstrous as it shattered Dong Qin's 7 ultimate laws. What? Dong Qin's delicate body trembled as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This was the strength of Madman. So strong. No wonder even Dong Ping was defeated by this person. This all-evil sword is indeed able to compete with the human race's sword of faith. In the distance, Boss Ji and the group of elders looked at Madman from afar. Their old faces were filled with gratification. The sword of faith absorbed the power of faith of living beings, while the all-evil sword absorbed all the evil power in the world. The two could be considered to have the same effect. Moreover, the sword of faith would continue to grow stronger with the increase of faith. The all-evil sword was the same. Dongxin, don't blame me, I don't have any feelings for you, it's just your wishful thinking. To be able to fight for a way out for me, it can be considered your value. In the sky above a mountain, sensing the battle waves between Dongqin and Madman, Dong Hanzong muttered to himself, appearing extremely cold. In his eyes, there was only himself. The others were just chess pieces in his hands. However, just when he thought that Dongqin had restrained everyone and fought for a way out for him, auras rapidly approached from behind. Qin Feiyang, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, Dong Xin. She only restrained Madman alone? She is indeed a trash. Not only was he not grateful, but he also blamed Dongqin for being useless. This was Dong Hanzong's nature. Selfish, self-interested, they weren't worthy of being human, because no matter who it was, no matter how cold their personality was, at least they would have a little conscience. Dong Hanzong was completely heartless. Chapter 4272. Quick, quick, quick. His right in front. Dual wills of the great path were indeed extraordinary. In just a few breaths, they saw Dong Hanzong in front of them. Dong Tianchen couldn't help but urge, his eyes emitting a piercing cold light. White-eyed Wolf looked at Dong Tianchen, speechless. Looking at your expression now, those who don't know would think that you're the mortal enemy. We're mortal enemies to begin with. Dong Tianchen sneered. If Qin Feiyang and the others had schemed against them, he could still understand. After all, they were mortal enemies. But Dong Hanzong, no matter what, they were all companions, and he actually schemed against them behind their backs. If it weren't for Dong Hanzong's scheme, would he, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands? Therefore, all of this was Dong Hanzong's fault. He must pay the price. In front, Dong Hanzong's face was gloomy. They were getting closer and closer. What should he do? Suddenly, he opened a space-time tunnel and entered without looking back. When Qin Feiyang and the others caught up, the space-time tunnel had begun to dissipate. Dong Tianchen smashed the space-time tunnel with a punch in anger, but Dong Hanzong didn't appear. Damn it! He immediately flew into a rage. Dong Ping was the same. Qin Feiyang stopped and transmitted his voice. Mu Qing, how is it? Forbidden Ocean. Mu Qing immediately replied. Because he had been spying on Dong Hanzong's whereabouts in the Black Tortoise world. Thank you. You'll have to continue spying, lest he splits his divine soul and escapes our pursuit while we're not around. Qin Feiyang thought. Got it. Mu Qing's voice sounded reliable indeed. Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile, and immediately opened a space-time tunnel, bringing White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Tianchen, and the others into the tunnel at lightning speed. In the next moment, they descended in the sky above a sea. In the sea ahead, the wind howled and huge waves surged. The sky was incomparably dark. Forbidden Ocean. Dong Tianchen was slightly stunned. He quickly scanned the surrounding sea area. His gaze locked onto a certain spot in the taboo ocean ahead. He saw a figure rushing towards the depths of the taboo ocean at lightning speed. Chase. That was right. It was Dong Hanzong. Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin were all very excited. Because in the taboo ocean, it was impossible to open a space-time channel. Once Dong Hanzong entered the taboo ocean, he would be like a trapped beast, unable to escape even if he had wings. Now, he has no other choice but to return to the Central Dynasty. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He swept up the four of them and activated the moment of time to chase after them. Qin Feiyang, things are not looking good. Suddenly, Mu Qing's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Before you arrived at the taboo ocean, Dong Hanzong split off a dozen divine souls, and they are now fleeing in all directions. Mu Qing said. What? There are so many divine souls. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding sea, his brows knitted tightly together. The more divine souls he splits, the easier it is to ensure his safety. Because as long as a wisp of divine soul escapes, he will not die. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang didn't stop. After pondering for a while, he sent a sound transmission. Help me pay attention to those dozen or so souls first. After killing Dong Hanzong's main body, I'll slowly search for those souls. Okay. Mu Qing responded. Qin Feiyang raised his head and stared at Dong Hanzong's back. There was a cold glint in his eyes. He was really a difficult person to deal with. It could even be said that without Mu Qing's help, he would not be able to kill Dong Hanzong at all. Therefore, now that there was a chance, he had to get rid of him. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the rest were getting closer and closer, Dong Hanzong fled while shouting in panic, Qin Feiyang, let's discuss. Discuss what? White-eyed Wolf sneered. Let's cooperate. Dong Hanzong said. Scoundrel, you want to betray the divine kingdom? Dong Tianchen heard this and shouted angrily. Betray? You still have the nerve to say this? Haven't you already betrayed the divine kingdom? As a direct descendant, you can betray the divine kingdom. Why can't I, a branch descendant that you look down on, do the same? Dong Hanzong sneered. We are all in this mess because of you. Otherwise, how can we be controlled by Qin Feiyang now? Dong Tianchen roared. He did not hide his words. Because he followed Qin Feiyang, he was unwilling to do so. Haha, then you can only blame your incompetence. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang helping you, would you be able to be so arrogant until now? Dong Hanzong smiled coldly and continued, Qin Feiyang, the few of them only control one domain. My Chenkuan domain can evolve into all of their domains. My strength alone is stronger than the few of them combined. So if we cooperate, it will be a true alliance. Makes sense. White-eyed Wolf nodded. Dong Tianchen and the other two panicked and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Big brother, don't change your mind at this time. If Qin Feiyang really changed his mind, then the three of them would have to die. Because Dong Hanzong would not allow them to continue living in this world. Moreover, after cooperating with Dong Hanzong, they would lose their value. Qin Feiyang would naturally not keep them alive. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said with a smile, in terms of value, you indeed far surpass them. Hearing this, Dong Tianchen and the other two's hearts could not help but be in their throats. Dong Hanzong was somewhat happy. Qin Feiyang suddenly changed the topic and shook his head, but you are too dangerous and too ruthless. Dong Qin is infatuated with you, but you only know how to use her. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, at the very least, I still have a conscience. Who? Dong Tianchen and the other two let out a long breath. Isn't it just a woman? Dong Hanzong said angrily. Isn't it just a woman? Do you look down on women? Your mother is not a woman. Without your mother, would there be you? Let me tell you, women are the greatest, especially a woman who is dead set on you and is even willing to sacrifice herself for you. You should cherish her even more. If you did not abandon Dong Qin, maybe I would really consider cooperating with you. But now, I will give you 3 words, you are not worthy. Qin Feiyang laughed angrily. As his voice fell, he finally caught up with Dong Hanzong. The ultimate profound of the law of life and death, the ultimate profound of the 6 strongest laws, were all activated in an instant. Bastard! I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Dong Hanzong roared. The 7 ultimate profound truths were activated, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted, angrily charging towards Qin Feiyang. You don't even have the chance to become a ghost. Qin Feiyang sneered, and the 7 ultimate profound truths were suppressed. Accompanied by a loud bang, Dong Hanzong's 7 ultimate profound truths were annihilated on the spot. Following closely, the 7 ultimate profound truths drowned Dong Hanzong. A shrill scream resounded through the sky. Without the Chenkuan domain, the undying body and the invincible state, Dong Hanzong was as weak as an ant in front of Qin Feiyang. His body was shattered, and blood splattered across the sky. "No, I'm not willing," Dong Hanzong roared with resentment, and his soul struggled frantically, but to no avail. In the end, his soul was destroyed. For a moment, the place fell into a dead silence. Dong Tianchen and the other two looked at the void, their hearts full of joy. Come and continue to scheme against us. Now, he had even schemed to lose his own life. What a reckless thing. However, following closely, the three of them looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. They never thought that they would join forces with Qin Feiyang and the others to kill Dong Hanzong. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feiyang would save them again and again. Fate? No. This was an ill-fated fate. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned to look at the three of them, and said, "Do you think it's over?" "What?" The three of them immediately became vigilant. Was he going to burn the bridge after crossing the river and kill them? Looking at the reaction of the three of them, Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said speechlessly, "Don't misunderstand me, I mean Dong Hanzong is not dead yet." "What? Not dead yet?" The three of them looked at each other. "Mu Qing has been monitoring him with the heavenly eye. Mu Qing told me before that when we chased him to the taboo ocean, Dong Hanzong had already split into more than a dozen divine souls and fled in different directions. So now, we still have to chase after these divine souls," Qin Feiyang said. "So that's how it is." The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It really gave them a fright. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Mu Qing appeared and said with a smile, "Lead the way." Mu Qing glanced at Dong Tianchen and the other two, pointed to the south of the taboo ocean, and said, "7 divine souls went there, they should also want to escape back to the central dynasty." "What about the rest?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The remaining few divine souls fled to the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan respectively," Mu Qing said. "Then let's go and destroy those 7 divine souls first." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, rolled up the few of them, and rushed to the south. Dong Tianchen and the other two looked at each other, their eyes full of fear. This was the fear of Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing's strength was not as strong as theirs now, the power of the heavenly eye was too terrifying. No matter how hard they tried to hide, they couldn't hide from Mu Qing's prying eyes. This was the best proof. If it weren't for Mu Qing, who would have known that Dong Hanzong had split his divine souls in advance? And there were more than a dozen divine souls. If they didn't know, Dong Hanzong wouldn't have died. It was no exaggeration to say that. Mu Qing's threat was greater than Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden Wings Wolf King. Now, thinking back to their initial idea of coming to the 4 great continents, even they felt a little ridiculous. They still wanted to kill these people. They were too naive. Just Mu Qing, Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were enough to wipe them out, not to mention the demon ancestor, Dong Zhengyang, Mu Tianyang, and Long Chen, these monsters. If these people all attacked, who would be their match? When they were in the central dynasty, when they heard the 8 elites talk about Qin Feiyang and the others, they didn't take it to heart at all. They even thought that the 8 elites were exaggerating and were boosting the morale of others while diminishing their own power. But now, when they faced and experienced it personally, they knew that it was more terrifying than what the 8 elites said. They could also predict. The future of the Divine Kingdom was worrying. Chapter 4273. A moment passed. A primitive deserted island entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Mu Qing said, "There is a soul here, but he has found us and is hiding in an abandoned cave on the island." "Still hiding?" The white-eyed wolf laughed. Whoosh! A group of people entered the deserted island. Under Mu Qing's lead, they went straight to the cave. "Mu Qing, you damn thing, I will not let you go." Inside the cave, Dong Hanzong's soul was furious. If it weren't for Mu Qing's interference, even if Qin Feiyang had 100 pairs of eyes, it would be impossible for him to find his soul. It was even more impossible for him to know that he had split into more than a dozen souls as soon as he entered the taboo ocean. "Haha, I didn't ask you to let me go." Mu Qing's laughter rang out. Following closely, a group of people entered the cave. Dong Hanzong stared at Mu Qing with resentment and said with a grim smile, You will not have good karma because you have revealed too many secrets. Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression was slightly stiff. This abnormality was clearly noticed by Qin Feiyang and secretly said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Mu Qing waved his hand and looked at Dong Hanzong and said indifferently, "I don't know if I will have good karma in the future, but I know that you will definitely not have good karma." "You bastard," Dong Hanzong roared. "How dare you spout shit?" Dong Tianchen took a step forward and grabbed Dong Hanzong's soul. "Dong Tianchen, don't offend him. When you get rid of me, Qin Feiyang will not let you go, let alone your brothers Dongping and Dongxin. Soon, we will be reunited in hell." Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly. "You don't have to worry about that." Dong Tianchen smiled coldly and clenched his 5 fingers. Dong Hanzong screamed and his soul was annihilated on the spot. Next place. Without any hesitation, Qin Feiyang and the others chased after the second soul under the guidance of Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang pondered along the way. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Mu Qing, what did Dong Hanzong mean by his words just now?" Because there was indeed something wrong with Mu Qing's previous reaction. "What words?" Mu Qing looked at him suspiciously. "Stop playing dumb." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. White-eyed Wolf and Dong Tianchen looked at Mu Qing in confusion. Mu Qing pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. "Isn't there a saying? The secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed, or else you will be punished by the heavens. It means that if you reveal too many secrets of the heavens, you will be plagued by bad luck in the future." "Bad luck?" The white-eyed Wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand." "In short, my all-seeing eye is said to be able to see all things in the world, but it is said to be able to see the secrets of the heavens," Mu Qing said. The white-eyed Wolf frowned and asked, "In other words, by helping us find Dong Hanzong's soul, you are revealing the secrets of the heavens?" "Yes. By doing this, I am actually interfering with the fate of others. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am revealing the secrets of the heavens." Mu Qing nodded. "Will you really be punished by the heavens in the future?" the white-eyed Wolf asked. "Punished by the heavens," Mu Qing muttered and shook his head. "I don't know, but my all-seeing eye is similar to Dong Zhengyang's eye of destiny. They are both able to see the secrets of the heavens. Didn't Dong Tianchen always say that? I think it is reasonable that we cannot reveal the secrets of the heavens. In that case, you have to use your all-seeing eye less in the future," Qin Feiyang said. "It is not that exaggerated. In comparison, my all-seeing eye is less risky than the eye of destiny. After all, the eye of destiny is able to see the fate of others directly. This is the true meaning of revealing the secrets of the heavens. Besides, so what if there is heavenly punishment? It is merely heavenly punishment. What can it do to me?" Mu Qing smiled domineeringly. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed Wolf could not help but laugh. That was right. So what if there was heavenly punishment? At most, they would face it together in the future, soon. They had successfully erased the second divine soul. This time, Dong Hanzong was completely flustered. The remaining dozens of souls did not know where to go. This was because no matter where he hid, Mu Qing could easily find him. A day passed. Finally, there was only one soul left. The divine soul kept fleeing in the East continent, panicking to the extreme. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm in such a situation. This was because if the last soul was destroyed, it would mean the complete destruction of the soul. Dong Hanzong really did not want to die. It was not easy for him to achieve today's success and status. He could not bear to lose these things. Unknowingly, he fled to the sky above an island. Hey! On the island below, he sensed many powerful auras. Where is this? He could not help but stop and scan the island. A trace of suspicion crept up in his heart. Who is it? Accompanied by a shout, a few members of the ocean tribe flew into the sky and stared at Dong Hanzong's soul with murderous intent. Ocean tribe? Dong Hanzong was slightly stunned. As if he had seen a life-saving straw, he hurriedly said, "I am Dong Hanzong from the Central Dynasty. I order you to escort me back to the Central Dynasty immediately." Dong Hanzong? The members of the Ocean tribe were shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden figure flew into the sky and landed in front of Dong Hanzong. Greetings, little prince. The members of the ocean tribe bowed. Little prince. Dong Hanzong was stunned. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in surprise, "You are Hai Zidong?" "That is me." Hai Zidong nodded. That was right. This island was the place where the remnants of the ocean tribe gathered. Now, all the remnants of the ocean tribe were led by Hai Zidong. Dong Hanzong was shocked and hurriedly said, "Hai Zidong, Qin Feiyang is chasing after me. Quickly think of a way to send me back to the Central Dynasty. As long as you can send me back to the Central Dynasty, I will give you whatever you want." Hearing this, Hai Zidong's expression was quite strange. Another person came to ask him to escort back to the Central Dynasty, and he was also being chased by Qin Feiyang. These so-called peerless geniuses, were they so weak? "Little prince, we can't interfere in this matter." "That's right. Now, we can't afford to offend Qin Feiyang. If we let him know that we are helping his enemy, he will not let us go." The members of the ocean tribe behind him hurriedly looked at Hai Zidong and said, "How dare you?" Dong Hanzong was furious. He glared at them and shouted, "As people of the divine kingdom, you are not afraid that the emperor will punish you in the future? Humph! Don't say such pompous words. In order to deal with Qin Feiyang, the ocean tribe has been wiped out by them. Isn't this sacrifice enough? Do you want the ocean tribe to be wiped out? Moreover, when the ocean tribe was wiped out, where was the emperor of the Central Dynasty? Now you want us to help you? In your dreams." The members of the ocean tribe didn't give Dong Hanzong any face. Dong Hanzong's face was gloomy. Was this the current situation of the 4 great continents? Even the ocean tribe didn't dare to go against Qin Feiyang and the others? One had to know. Qin Feiyang and the others were intruders. Shouldn't the forces of the divine kingdom be united against the intruders? But now, they were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, Hai Zidong looked at the members of the ocean tribe and said angrily, "How dare you speak to the emperor of the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and apologize." "Your Highness, you." The members of the ocean tribe looked at Hai Zidong in disbelief. "Now you are speaking for the people of the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and apologize." Hai Zidong's eyes were cold. The members of the ocean tribe looked at each other and suppressed the anger in their hearts. They looked at Dong Hanzong and said, "We're sorry." Dong Hanzong looked at Hai Zidong and sighed. "It's not your fault. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others are too cruel. You know?" They snorted in their hearts. He shouldn't have come here and implicated them. Hai Zidong looked at them and said with a smile, "Sir, please go to the island and rest." "I can't rest." Dong Hanzong hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang is chasing me. Mu Qing has the all-seeing eye. She must have known that I'm with you." "What?" The members of the ocean tribe were shocked. Didn't that mean that Qin Feiyang would bring people to kill them later? "Your Highness, let's run. This place is no longer safe." They looked at Hai Zidong, their faces full of fear for Qin Feiyang and the others. "Mu Qing has the all-seeing eye. How can we escape?" Hai Zidong shook his head. "Then what should we do?" They were desperate to the extreme. "There is only one way now." Hai Zidong sighed deeply. "What is it?" they asked. Dong Hanzong also looked at Hai Zidong expectantly. Hai Zidong didn't speak and just stared at Dong Hanzong. They were a little puzzled at first, but looking at Hai Zidong's eyes, they gradually understood Hai Zidong's idea. He wanted to take down Dong Hanzong and ask for credit from Qin Feiyang. "Your Highness, this is not good. What if the people of the Central Dynasty know about this? Will they spare us?" They were very nervous. "Then what better way do you have?" Hai Zidong asked. They fell silent. They were now the strongest people among the remnants of the ocean tribe. Besides Hai Zidong, they were the most powerful people in the ocean tribe. So, Hai Zidong took this opportunity to deliberately put on such a show to let these people support him. Because now, he was loyal to Qin Feiyang. But, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Because once he said it out loud and let the people know that he had become Qin Feiyang's subordinate, they would definitely be dissatisfied with him. But if These people in front of him stood with him in the future, then the ending would be different. What are you doing? Dong Hanzong stared at them. Nothing. We are just discussing how to escape from Qin Feiyang's pursuit and successfully send you back to the central dynasty. Hai Zidong comforted them, and at the same time, he transmitted his voice to them, capture Dong Hanzong and hand him over to Qin Feiyang. This is the only way. Think about it carefully. They looked at each other. In the end, for the future of the Ocean Tribe, they made a decision. Okay, let's do it. Who cares about the central dynasty? Who cares about the emperor? Let's save our own lives first. Hearing these words, Hai Zidong's eyes flashed with a smile. With the support of these people, whether it was to rule the Ocean Tribe and the Beast Race in the future or to contact Qin Feiyang, there was no need to hide. As for this Dong Hanzong, he actually came to him for help. Wasn't this walking into a trap? Chapter 4274. The more Dong Hanzong looked at Hai Zidong's group, the more he felt that something was wrong. Whether it was Hai Zidong or the several seafolk, although they all had a fawning appearance, there was a hint of killing intent in their eyes. No. These people can't be trusted. Dong Hanzong made a prompt decision. Dong Hanzong turned around and flew away without looking back. Where do you think you're going? The several seafolk elders looked at each other and stepped out, surrounding Dong Hanzong. What are you doing? Dong Hanzong looked at them gloomily. Nothing. We just want to protect you. It's too dangerous for you to run out alone. Hai Zidong chuckled. However, this smile made Dong Hanzong more and more flustered. Dong Hanzong looked at the several seafolk elders and said with a smile, "Quickly invite this lord to rest on the island." Yes. They nodded and retreated to the side, pointing at the island below. "Lord, please." Dong Hanzong's eyes flickered as he flew towards the island. But before he could fly more than 10 meters, he suddenly turned around and fled. Humph! Take him down. Hai Zidong no longer concealed himself and shouted coldly. The several seafolk elders no longer had a cold look in their eyes. Various law forces emerged and imprisoned Dong Hanzong's divine soul. You're courting death. Dong Hanzong roared hysterically. Courting death? Hai Zidong sneered and looked at Dong Hanzong. If we help you now, we'll be courting death. Your Highness, what are you doing? On the island below. Many seafolk appeared and looked at Hai Zidong suspiciously. Hai Zidong sighed and said helplessly, I'm protecting you. If we let Dong Hanzong go now, Qin Feiyang will definitely not let us go. Yes. This is the only way. Hand Dong Hanzong over to Qin Feiyang in exchange for our seafolk's survival. The several seafolk elders nodded one after another, their expressions filled with sorrow. In the past, the seafolk was the overlord of the divine kingdom, an existence revered by countless creatures. But now, they had reached the point of betraying their master in exchange for survival. Hearing the words of Hai Zidong and the several eminent elders, all the members of the sea race fell silent. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. The once glorious sea race no longer existed. Now, they were just pitiful creatures struggling for survival. Wang. Suddenly, the void ahead trembled. A space-time tunnel appeared. A group of 6 people walked out of the passage. It was Qin Feiyang and his group. In an instant, all the members of the oceanic race became nervous. Because whether it was Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, or Mu Qing, they were all people who made people tremble in fear. Not to mention that Dong Tianchen, Dong Xin, and Dong Ping were the 3 geniuses of the central dynasty. What happened? Looking at the imprisoned Dong Hanzong, Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing, and the white-eyed wolf were all faked. Because Hai Zidong was now one of them. When they learned that Dong Hanzong's divine soul had escaped here, they already knew that this would be the outcome. Dong Tianchen also knew. Because Dong Tianchen knew that Hai Zidong had surrendered to Qin Feiyang. But Dong Xin and Dong Ping did not know. The shock on their faces was very real. Greetings, lords. Hai Zidong hurriedly went up and bowed. And waved to the clansmen behind him. These clansmen also understood Qin Feiyang's intentions and hurriedly bowed to Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang glanced at the members of the sea race and said, You are imprisoning Dong Hanzong now. Your clansmen don't have any objections, right? They won't have any objections. Because I have already taken care of it. Now these clansmen are very supportive of me. Hai Zedong secretly said. Not bad. It seems that you did not disappoint my high hopes for you. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Hai Zedong smiled coldly, not taking it seriously. High hopes. Don't make it sound so dignified. You obviously want to use me. Lord Qin, we will hand over Dong Hanzong's soul to you now. Please give us a way out. Several elders looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. A way out, Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Ping hesitated, turned to Qin Feiyang, and said, please give them a way out. After all, they have helped us. Why are you interrupting? Dong Tianchen secretly glared at him. Brother, what are you saying? The sea race is also a member of our divine kingdom. Is it wrong for me to plead for them? Dong Ping was puzzled. Dong Xin also looked at Dong Tianchen suspiciously. You don't understand. Hai Zedong has already surrendered to Qin Feiyang. Now it is just a show that Hai Zedong is putting on in front of the clansmen. Dong Tianchen secretly said. What? Hai Zedong has already surrendered to Qin Feiyang? The two were surprised. That's right. I fell into Qin Feiyang's hands because of this Hai Zedong. Dong Tianchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. But he didn't think that even if Hai Zedong didn't betray him, he still couldn't escape. Damn bastard. Dong Ping and the other two were furious. Hai Zedong felt the killing intent of the three, but he didn't take it to heart. Because Dong Tianchen was already under Qin Feiyang's control, what was there to worry about? Since Dong Ping personally pleaded for you, I will be merciful and give you a way out. But remember, don't offend me again. Qin Feiyang looked at the several founding elders and said indifferently. Thank you, Lord Qin. The elders were moved to tears of gratitude. The other members of the sea race also heaved a sigh of relief. Hai Zedong was also very grateful. He then looked at Dong Ping and bowed. Thank you, Lord, for pleading for us. Dong Ping's face darkened. Why don't you go and be an actor? Qin Feiyang turned to Mu Qing and asked, this is the last divine soul, right? Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at Dong Tianchen and the other two and said, as long as this spirit is destroyed, Dong Hanzong's soul will truly be destroyed. So, are we going to do it, or are you going to do it? Of course it should be us. Dong Tianchen and the other two stepped out and landed in front of the barrier. They looked at Dong Hanzong and sneered, you didn't expect this, right? Even if you split a dozen divine souls, you can't escape death. Why are you so arrogant? If it weren't for Mu Qing's help, do you think you could find my divine souls? You are just a few pieces of trash who only know how to rely on others. No, you are worse than trash. Dong Hanzong roared. Still arrogant. Dong Ping smashed the barrier and grabbed Dong Hanzong's divine soul. Even if you kill me, you are still trash. This is your fate, and it can never be changed. Dong Hanzong laughed. Dong Ping was furious. But Dong Tianchen suddenly reached out and pressed Dong Ping's shoulder. He smiled and said, there is no need to be angry with a person who is about to die. True. Dong Ping nodded and sneered, you just want to provoke us so that we will give you a chance to live, but do you think that is possible? Dong Hanzong panicked. He did have such a plan, but he didn't expect Dong Tianchen to see through it. As for what trash? That's even more ridiculous. Right now, we are looking down on you as the victors, and you are being held in our hands like a dead dog. This is the best proof. Dong Ping sneered. You won't be proud for long. Facing the repeated humiliation, Dong Hanzong roared in exasperation. I am still better than you. Go and apologize for the mistakes you've made. Dong Ping clenched his fist and the last divine soul of Dong Hanzong was crushed on the spot. Only a resentful roar was left, echoing in the air above the island for a long time. He's finally dead. Dong Xin whispered. The disgusting feeling in her heart finally disappeared. His entire body felt comfortable. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Dong Tianchen and the other two. He grinned and said, you three, Hai Zedong has helped us so much. Shouldn't we give him some reward? Reward him? The three of them froze. Don't take advantage of us, okay? But Hai Zedong and the others' eyes lit up. These three were all peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty and came from powerful families. They must have a lot of treasures on them. Moreover, with their status and identity, they would be too embarrassed to take out ordinary cheap things. We can't let people help us for free. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Dong Tianshan's face darkened and said angrily, "Our interspatial rings were destroyed when we fought with you. We can't even take out half a divine stone, let alone other things." Insincere. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "The key is that we can take it out." Dong Tianshan roared. "Fine. It seems that your so-called status and identity are all bragging," the white-eyed wolf said with a look of disdain. The three of them had dark faces and blue veins popped out. Hai Zedong's eyes flashed and he bowed. "Lord Wolf King, we don't need any reward. If possible, I hope to get a promise from Dong Tianshan and the other two." The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "What promise?" Qin Feiyang, Dong Tianshan, and the other two couldn't help but look at Hai Zedong in confusion. Hai Zedong looked at the clansman behind him and waved his hand. "You can leave first. Your Highness." The several elders were very worried. Hai Zedong said, "Whether or not we can keep the peace of the sea race forever depends on this. You can leave now. Keep the peace of the sea race forever." The several elders looked at each other. All of a sudden, she felt that the little prince was quite daring. "Okay. Be careful," they secretly responded, then turned to look at the clansmen behind them and shouted, "You can leave now." At that moment, all the clansmen of the sea race flew towards the island below. Soon, only Hai Zedong, Qin Feiyang and the others were left here. "What does this guy want to say? So mysterious." The white-eyed wolf muttered. "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Whoosh. Hai Zedong took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Dong Tianshan and the other two. He bowed and said, "This lowly one hopes that the three of you can keep your mouth shut about the matter of this lowly one submitting to Qin Feiyang. Especially not to tell His Majesty." This, the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. This kid was smart. It was really impressive. Because if the matter of Hai Zedong submitting to them fell into the ears of the Central Dynasty's emperor, the emperor would never let Hai Zedong and the sea race go. At that time, the sea race would really face the crisis of extinction. Chapter 4275. Although Hai Zedong had no choice but to submit to Qin Feiyang, would the emperor care about this? The emperor only knew that Hai Zedong had indeed betrayed the divine kingdom. Would the emperor show mercy to a traitor? Definitely not. But if Dong Tianshan and the other two helped to hide this matter from the emperor, then Hai Zedong and the sea race would not be in danger of extinction. That was why Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf said that Hai Zedong was smart and knew how to seize the opportunity to solve these hidden dangers. Compared to the so-called reward, it was much more worth it. Because not only would this protect Hai Zedong himself, but also the entire sea race. Looking at Dong Tianshan and the other two, hearing Hai Zedong's request, they could not help but frown. Hey. This request is not too much. Besides, you are now our people. You and Hai Zedong are already on the same side. Isn't it only right for us to help each other? Or do you have other intentions? The white-eyed wolf stared at the three with hostility. Dong Ping said angrily, "We are only under your control, we did not submit to you." "But your brother said so." The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. "Brother?" Dong Ping looked at Dong Tianshan in disbelief. Dong Tianshan's eyes darkened as he looked at Dong Ping and Dong Xin. "I did not say that. We are just in a cooperative relationship. Besides, I have no choice. In order to save you, I have to agree." Hearing this, the two could not help but fall silent. Just a cooperative relationship? Why do I seem to remember that you said to be loyal? The white-eyed wolf had a playful look on his face. "You," Dong Tianshan stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily, not giving him any face at all. Finally, he looked at Hai Zedong angrily and nodded, "Okay, I promise you, I will help you keep this secret." "Words are no proof. Swear a blood oath," Hai Zedong said. "Don't go too far. Dong Tianchen was furious. Do you think you're Qin Feiyang? You're just a little prince of the sea race. How dare you make him swear a blood oath? The white-eyed wolf said indifferently, don't waste time. If you want to swear a blood oath, then so be it. You have nothing to lose anyway. Hai Zidong cast a grateful look at the white-eyed wolf. Without the white-eyed wolf's deterrence, it was impossible for Dong Tianchen to make a blood oath. Dong Tianchen was so angry that his body couldn't help trembling as he said furiously, if I don't swear this blood oath today, what can you do to me? Give it a try then. Anyway, your brother and Dong Xin's lives are still in Long Chen's hands. By the way, let me remind you that the one controlling your younger brother and Dong Xin is soul manipulation. The white-eyed wolf cackled. Soul manipulation. Dong Tianchen didn't think much of it, because he knew that it was the soul-controlling technique. However, Dong Ping and Dong Xin's faces turned pale when they heard the words soul manipulation. Yu Laro, Neptune, the dragon god, the sea god, and the beast god were all controlled by soul manipulation and willingly stripped of their ultimate meaning. Do you also want Dong Ping and Dong Xin to follow in their footsteps? The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Tianchen and laughed proudly. You, Dong Tianchen glared at the white-eyed wolf in anger. There's no use glaring at me. The final choice is up to you. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Do you think you have a chance to resist? Huff. Dong Tianchen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart as he quickly swore a blood oath. Looking at the oath seal descending from the sky, Hai Zidong also let out a long sigh. Let's go. Let's meet up with senior brother. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. After sending Mu Qing to the Black Tortoise world, he opened a space-time passage and left. After the group left, several elders of the Sea clan immediately flew up and looked at Hai Zidong. Your Highness, what exactly did you say to them? There was actually an oath seal descending. Good thing. From now on, our Sea clan will no longer be in any danger. Hai Zidong laughed. Really? The few of them couldn't believe it. Because in their opinion, Hai Zidong didn't have the ability to do so, not to mention the other party was a peerless genius like Dong Tianchen. What? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm still that playboy? Hai Zidong looked at them. No, no. They hurriedly waved their hands. Sigh. Hai Zidong looked at them, then glanced at the clansmen on the island below and sighed. In the past, I was very playboy and only knew how to idle around all day, but people will grow, especially after experiencing such a big bumpy life. If I still don't know how to grow, then there is really no hope. When the elders heard this, they couldn't help but look at Hai Zidong seriously. This was too much of the little prince in their impression. However, this was something to be happy about. It meant that His Highness had grown up, matured, and could shoulder the burden of reviving the Sea clan. At the same time, what are you staring at? If it wasn't for you being pitiful, this daddy would have killed you long ago. In the sky above a broken mountain, Madman sat cross-legged in the void, staring at Dong Qin angrily. Dong Qin's body was dripping with blood, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in her lower abdomen. She was imprisoned in a barrier, and throughout the whole process, she stared at Madman with a pair of resentful eyes. Facing Madman's angry rebuke, Dong Qin didn't speak, nor did she have any reaction. She just stared at Madman without moving. Madman rubbed his forehead, speechless. This daddy really doesn't know what charm that Dong Hanzong has to make you so infatuated with him. Let's talk about his appearance first. He isn't half as handsome as this daddy. Then, his strength is just average. Finally, his character is simply a fighter among scum. Shut up. You are not allowed to say that about Brother Zong. Dong Qin finally reacted. Brother Zong? I think you are really sick. Madman shook his head. Swish. Qin Feiyang and the others arrived. Qin Feiyang smiled. Senior brother, what if I say I'm sick? Who else can I say? Madman got up, glanced at Dong Qin inside the barrier, and said, this woman is really hopeless. This daddy has been talking here for a long time, but it feels like I'm playing the lute to a cow. Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, and Dong Tianchen couldn't help but look at Dong Qin. Where is Brother Zong? Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others arrive, Dong Qin also calmed down. She pressed her hands on the barrier and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He is already dead. Dong Xin sighed. Dong Qin's expression stiffened, and she shook her head. Impossible, you must be lying to me. Looking at her expression, Dong Ping couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped into the barrier and slapped Dong Qin's face, and Dong Qin was sent flying on the spot. Dong Ping roared, "Can you wake up? He is a scum, is he worth it?" Dong Ping's reaction seems to be a bit big. White-eyed Wolf muttered, "Yes. And there seems to be a hint of jealousy." Qin Feiyang and Madman also nodded. Sigh. Dong Tianchen sighed and said, "Actually, my younger brother has always liked Dong Qin, but Dong Qin's heart is only for Dong Hanzong." "I see." Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly understood. It turned out to be a love triangle. White-eyed Wolf secretly laughed. "Even if your younger brother likes her, even if Dong Hanzong is dead, your younger brother has no chance, unless your younger brother doesn't mind." "What do you mean?" Dong Tianchen looked at White-eyed Wolf suspiciously. White-eyed Wolf said, "Mu Qing used her all-seeing eye to see Dong Qin and Dong Hanzong together last night." "What?" Dong Tianchen's expression stiffened, and when he recovered, he immediately looked at Dong Ping and said angrily, "Come back here, what does she have to do with you?" "How does it have nothing to do with me? I like." Before Dong Ping could finish, Dong Tianchen shouted, "So what if you like her? She's already Dong Hanzong's woman." Dong Ping was stunned and quickly shook his head. "That's impossible, you're lying. Mu Qing used her all-seeing eye to see it, how can it be fake?" Dong Tianchen said. Dong Ping clenched his fists and grabbed Dong Qin's neck, lifting her up and shouting like a madman, "Tell me, this is not true, it's not true." Dong Qin's mouth was bleeding, and she looked at Dong Ping with empty eyes. "Answer me." Dong Ping roared. "That's right." Dong Qin nodded, her voice was extremely hoarse, and there was a trace of a bitter smile on her face. "Bastard. You're not even married, why did you give yourself to him? Moreover, he's a scumbag." Dong Ping roared, and he was about to break down. He squeezed Dong Qin's hand even harder, and Dong Qin was already in a state of suffocation. The madman hooked his arm around Dong Tianchen's shoulder and bared his teeth. "Brother, if you don't stop it, this woman will be squeezed to death by your brother." "Who's your brother?" Dong Tianchen slapped away the madman's hand and sneered, "This kind of woman deserves to die. Heartless." The madman shook his head. Looking at Dong Qin again. After hearing the news of Dong Hanzong's death, she entered a state of numbness, as if she had lost her soul. Even if she was suffocating, she didn't struggle at all, as if she had lost the motivation to live. Dong Ping's expression was extremely ferocious, and there was an indescribable pain. But gradually, he let go of his hand. Dong Qin was also powerless in the air. Looking down at Dong Qin for a long time, Dong Ping withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Feiyang. "Can you let her go?" "What?" Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. He actually pleaded for Dong Qin. This guy, was he also infatuated? Dong Tianchen couldn't help but frown as he glared at Dong Ping. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Brother. Although she's not worthy of my love, I really don't want to see her die." Dong Ping said in pain. What do you want me to say about you? There are so many women in the Central Dynasty, and there are countless more beautiful than her. Why do you like her? You're my brother, can't you be more promising?" Dong Tianchen stared at Dong Ping as if he expected better from him. Dong Ping couldn't help but lower his head in shame. "If you don't plead for her, I don't care if she lives or dies. But now, she must die," Dong Tianchen said gloomily. He stepped in front of Dong Qin and slammed his palm towards Dong Qin's head, his eyes emitting a shocking killing intent. Chapter 4276. Even so, Dong Qin did not react at all, as if she did not see it. However, Dong Ping was a little anxious. He quickly grabbed Dong Tianchen's arm and asked, "Why do you want to kill her?" "Because I'm afraid you'll fall deeper and deeper. Besides, we're also involved in Dong Hanzong's death. I'm worried that she might use your feelings for her to take revenge on us in the future. Once a woman wants to take revenge, she's more terrifying than a storm," Dong Tianchen said in a deep voice. "She won't." Dong Ping shook his head. "She won't." Dong Tianchen was so angry that he laughed and shouted, "With her feelings for Dong Hanzong, what can she not do?" Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other. Dong Tianquan's words could not be ignored. Dong Qin was willing to give up her life for Dong Hanzong, which showed how infatuated she was with Dong Hanzong. Therefore, it was not impossible for her to use Dong Ping's feelings for her to take revenge on Dong Ping and his brother. Dong Ping fell silent. Dong Tianquan pushed Dong Ping away and mercilessly hit him with his palm. "Stay your hand." But at this moment, a shout was heard. Qin Fei Yang and the others were slightly stunned. They quickly turned around and saw two figures flying through the air like lightning. It was an old man and a young man. The young man with blood-red hair wore a mask on his face and was full of killing intent. The old man was wearing a black robe. His old face was serious and had a trace of indifference. Inner demons. Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other. Why would the inner demons come here? Who was the black-robed old man? However, when Dong Tianquan and the others saw the black-robed old man, their faces changed slightly. They quickly went forward and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Fu." "Elder Fu?" Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at this scene and became more and more confused. Even Dong Tianquan, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin were so courteous to this person. It was obvious that this person's identity was not ordinary. Elder Fu nodded. He sized up Qin Fei Yang and the other two and said with a hoarse laugh, "You must be the famous Qin Fei Yang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wing Wolf King." "Exactly." Qin Fei Yang nodded. The white-eyed wolf sent a telepathic message to the inner demons. "Little devil, who is this old man? He seems very impressive. Who's the little devil? Can you stop giving me random nicknames?" The inner demons were dissatisfied. "This person is called Dong Laifu. His background is not ordinary. As for the details, I'll tell you when I have time." "Dong Laifu," the white-eyed wolf grumbled. Dong Laifu looked at Qin Fei Yang and the others and said with a smile, "Heroes indeed come from the young." Even the top 5 prodigies of the Central Dynasty had been defeated by these 3 people. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. "You're too kind." Qin Fei Yang put on a fake smile. It looked like he was praising them, but it wasn't sincere at all. Dong Laifu didn't say much. He looked at Dong Tianquan and the others and said, "Your teacher is waiting for you at Mount Supreme. Go over immediately." "What? Teacher is also in the 4 continents. When did he arrive?" Dong Tianquan and the others were shocked, and their faces were filled with respect. "Teacher." Qin Fei Yang and the other 2 were also extremely bewildered. "When did Dong Tianquan and the others have a teacher?" "We just arrived. I heard about your situation, so I immediately asked Lu Yuntian to bring me to you. Luckily, I came in time. Otherwise, you would have made a big mistake." Dong Laifu said. "What mistake? A woman like Dong Qin doesn't deserve to die." Dong Tianquan's eyes flashed coldly. A trace of anger appeared in Dong Laifu's eyes as he shouted, "It's not up to you to decide whether Dong Qin deserves to die or not. Take Dong Qin and follow me to Mount Supreme immediately." Dong Tianquan seemed a bit unconvinced. "What? You don't even dare to listen to your teacher?" Dong Laifu said angrily. "I don't dare." Dong Tianquan hurriedly shook his head and said to Dong Ping, "Take her and let's go." But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf looked at the group and said, "Did we let you go again?" Especially when he looked at Dong Laifu, his eyes were filled with mockery. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Dong Laifu looked at the white-eyed wolf and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Sorry, I've always been this arrogant." "Unconvinced? Bite me." The white-eyed wolf laughed out loud and didn't hide the disdain in his words at all. Dong Laifu squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "Lu Yuntian, how do you deal with someone as arrogant and despotic as him?" "Kill." The inner demons said with a murderous aura. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and stared at the inner demons. He sneered, "You're just someone who lost to little Qin Zi. Why are you so arrogant?" The inner demons laughed, "But it's more than enough to bully you. Come and try." The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and his aura surged out. But at this moment, Qin Fei Yang reached out his hand and stopped the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, "Let them go. They're all losers anyway. Why not let them jump around for a few more days?" That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at the inner demons. He laughed and said, if I can beat you up once, I can beat you up a second time and a third time. Then I'll look forward to our next meeting. The inner demons laughed sinisterly. You'd better not look forward to it. The white-eyed wolf smiled coldly and waved his hand. Get out of here before I regret it. Bastard, let's see how long you can be arrogant. The inner demons snorted and opened a space-time passage. The group left one after another. After the passage disappeared, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and grinned. How was it? My acting skills are superb, aren't they? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and a playful look flashed in their eyes. They looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise and asked, so you were acting? You didn't see it? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and his face was full of suspicion. No. We thought you were really going to fight with the inner demons. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Haha, it seems that my acting skills have reached the point of perfection. You can't see through it. The white-eyed wolf heard Qin Feiyang's words and suddenly laughed proudly. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman wanted to laugh and their faces turned red. What are you doing? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two and suddenly realized and said angrily, are you playing with me? You only realized it now? Madman shook his head and laughed. What a simple-minded guy. The white-eyed wolf's face was dark. After all this time, it turned out that he was just amusing himself. I'm not joking. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said in a low voice with a serious face, do you think Dong Laifu and the others know that Dong Qianqian is under our control? Madman pondered for a while and said with a frown, didn't Dong Laifu say that they just came to the 4 great continents? As long as Big Cousin and the inner demons didn't say anything, then they shouldn't know. Don't worry, Big Cousin and the inner demons definitely won't say anything. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. Big Cousin and the inner demons definitely know what to do. I'm just a little worried. Who is this so-called teacher? Even Dong Qianqian, a proud and unparalleled genius, is so respectful to him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It's useless to think about it. Only the inner demons and Big Cousin can contact us. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Then let's go to the Black Tortoise world first. I also need to think about the next plan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and opened a space-time tunnel, leading the two away without looking back. Mount Supreme. At this moment, the king, the divine king, and the Lord Supreme of the human race were gathered in the conference hall. Right in front of them sat an old man. He had white hair and a white beard, a kind face, and a dragon-headed walking stick next to him. It was golden in color and flashed with divine light. Overall, this person looked like an old grandpa next door. He didn't have any threatening aura at all. However, the monarch and the other two seated below were all trembling with fear at this moment. The old man didn't dare to speak, and they didn't dare to say anything either. The hall was deathly silent. Lu Jiajin was also there, drinking tea silently. Swish. A while later, 6 figures appeared outside the door. It was Dong Laifu, the inner demons, and Dong Qianqian. Dong Laifu stood at the door and looked at the old man sitting above. He bowed and said, My lord, they're here. Let them in, the old man said. Dong Laifu nodded and retreated to the side. The inner demons was the first to enter the hall. He ignored the old man and directly walked to Lu Jiajin's side and sat down. The old man seemed to be used to such an attitude and ignored them. However, Dong Qianqian and the other two were a little frightened. They looked at each other and carefully walked into the hall. They bowed and said, Disciples Dong Qianqian, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin greet master. However, Dong Qin stood outside the door in a daze and did not move at all. Dong Laifu said in a low voice, Dong Qin, why are you still standing here? Quickly go in and greet your master. Dong Qin raised her head and looked at Dong Laifu, then at the old man in the hall. Then, she entered the hall and said listlessly, Greetings, master. The old man glanced at Dong Qin, then looked at Dong Qianqian and the other two and asked, Where's Dong Hanzong? When she heard the name Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin suddenly trembled. She pointed at Dong Qianqian and the other two and said angrily, Master, it's them. They joined forces with Qin Feiyang and the others to kill Dong Hanzong. When the old man heard this, his expression remained the same, but the atmosphere in the hall had obviously changed. He looked at Dong Tianchen and the other two without saying a word. Master, please listen to our explanation. We killed Dong Hanzong for a reason. He was the one who schemed against us first. Dong Tianchen hurriedly explained. How did he scheme against you? The old man asked. Dong Tianchen and the other two looked at each other and immediately recounted in detail how Dong Hanzong schemed against them. The monarch and the other two, the inner demons, and Lu Jiajin listened in silence. They did not say a word throughout. Dong Laifu, who was standing behind the old man, could not help but frown when he heard this. The old man's expression did not change at all. It was as if he was listening to an extremely normal thing. That's how it is. Master, tell us, can't we be angry in this situation? Dong Tianchen said angrily. End of chapter. Chapter 4277. The old man gestured for the three of them to be quiet. He looked at Dong Qin and asked, is what they said true? I don't know. Dong Qin shook her head. Dong Qin, you have to have a conscience. You were with Dong Hanzong last night. How can you not know? Dong Xin glared at Dong Qin. This woman was really obsessed. Dong Qin looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, I really don't know. Brother Zong didn't tell me this. I also believe that Brother Zong wouldn't do such a thing. He wouldn't. Haha, Dong Ping and I were deceived by him and imprisoned in the spatial divine item. This is something we experienced personally. How can you argue for him? Dong Qin, how long are you going to be confused? Dong Xin shouted angrily. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Dong Qin looked at Dong Xin expressionlessly. Dong Tianchen looked at Dong Xin with killing intent in his eyes. He said telepathically, Dong Ping, did you see that? She's starting to take revenge on us. He should have killed this woman instead of giving Dong Laifu face. Even if his teacher would blame him, he would at most be punished. It was better than being bitten by Dong Qin. Sigh. Dong Ping sighed deeply. It was all his fault. If he hadn't stopped his elder brother would have killed this woman before Dong Laifu arrived. He wouldn't be facing a situation where he couldn't explain himself. The old man looked at Dong Tianchen and the other two and said indifferently, so, this is all your side of the story? Teacher, the three of them were burning with anxiety. It was true that they couldn't prove this matter. When Dong Ping and Dong Xin were controlled by Dong Hanzong, they didn't record it. Although Dong Tianchen knew, he only heard it from Qin Feiyang, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin. He didn't have any evidence. He couldn't let Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing testify. Even if Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were willing to testify, the old man wouldn't believe them. After all, they were enemies. And, Dong Qin's eyes flashed as she looked at Dong Ping and Dong Xin. She asked, just now, you said that it was Feng Zi and Long Chen who came to save you, and that it was Long Chen who used soul-controlling art to break Brother Zong's control over you, right? Yes. The two of them nodded. Since Long Chen's soul-controlling technique can break Brother Zong's control over you, then he can definitely control you. Are you under their control now? And Dong Tianchen, how did you survive after falling into Qin Feiyang's hands? Don't tell me he let you go out of kindness. Dong Qin sneered. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. These words implied that they were starting to take revenge on Dong Tianchen and the others. Dong Tianchen and the other two didn't dare to answer these questions. What is it? You can't answer my questions. Not only did Qin Feiyang and the others not kill you, but they even helped you deal with Brother Zong. What is the secret behind this? Can you tell me the truth now? Dong Qin shouted. Do you mean that we colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others? Let me tell you, don't make slanderous accusations. Dong Ping glared at Dong Qin. He didn't expect this woman to be so vicious. She didn't know right from wrong and insisted on sophistry. He must have been blind in the past to like this kind of person. Slanderous accusations? Dong Qin laughed angrily. Then you have to give us a reasonable explanation. Dong Ping was burning with anger. He even wanted to hit Dong Qin. What? You want to kill me to silence me? Unfortunately, teacher and Uncle Fu are here now. You don't have the chance. Dong Qin sneered. If I wanted to kill you to silence you, I wouldn't have stopped Big Brother. Dong Ping shook his head. His face was full of disappointment. This time, he finally saw Dong Qin's true colors. Did you stop him? It was you who asked Dong Tianchen to kill me. Don't make irresponsible remarks in front of teacher. Dong Qin snorted coldly. Dong Ping was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. As the saying goes, the evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. He asked for it. If he had killed Dong Qin earlier, all these things wouldn't have happened. You regret it now, right? It's too late to regret. Dong Tianchen sighed. Brother, I'm sorry. Dong Ping lowered his head, regretting it too much. All right, as long as you're awake. Dong Tianchen waved his hand, looked up at the old man, and said, Teacher, since we've already said this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Yes, Dong Ping, Dong Xin, and I have been controlled by them. Teacher, did you hear that? They were jealous that Brother Zong was better than them, so they colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others to attack Brother Zong. Brother Zong died with a grievance. Dong Qin's face was full of sorrow. The old man looked at Dong Qin, Dong Tianchen, and the other two and said, Tell me your reasons. There's no other way. I've already fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. And at that time, Mu Qing saw that Dong Ping and Dong Xin were controlled by Dong Hanzong, so I had to rely on Qin Feiyang's strength to rescue Dong Ping and Dong Xin. So, I had no choice but to swear a blood oath. But I swear that I didn't betray the divine kingdom. Dong Tianchen said sincerely. Dong Xin and I had no other choice. At that time, Long Chen used the soul-controlling technique to help us break Dong Hanzong's control, and then immediately replaced us. Dong Xin and I've had our bodies destroyed, and even our divine souls were damaged, so we had no chance to resist. But at the end of the day, all of this was caused by Dong Hanzong. If he hadn't schemed against us, would we have ended up like this? So, even if you want to punish us now, we won't regret it. Dong Ping and Dong Xin also said. The truth is right in front of us, and you still want to frame Brother Zong? Are you still human? Dong Qin roared. Dong Ping clenched his fists and glared at Dong Qin, and said word by word, Bitch, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Come on. You even dare to murder Brother Zong, what am I to you? Dong Qin didn't retreat, instead, she stepped forward and looked at Dong Ping provocatively. You think I don't dare? Dong Ping was so angry that he raised his arm and charged at Dong Qin. Whoosh. But at this moment, Dong Laifu took a step forward and landed in front of Dong Ping. He grabbed Dong Ping's wrist and said angrily, Don't mess around. Uncle Fu, she's really sowing discord. You have to believe us. Let's not talk about anything else, just based on the family background of Dong Xin and my brother, there's no need to murder Dong Hanzong. Dong Ping was furious. They were the victims, but now it was hard for them to defend themselves. The Lord has his own judgment, Dong Laifu said. Dong Ping looked at the old man, broke free from Dong Laifu's big hand, and turned around angrily and retreated behind Dong Tianchen. Dong Laifu also went behind the old man again. Dong Qin looked at the old man and cried, Teacher, please do justice for Brother Zong. Dong Ping and the other two would have sympathized with her in the past, but now, they felt disgusted. Birds of a feather flock together. Dong Hanzong was a despicable person, and Dong Qin was no exception. That was why they were together. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were a pair of dogs. The old man looked at the four of them and fell silent for a while. He then turned to the inner demons and said, Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng, you've been in the 4 great continents for so long. Don't you have anything to say? This is their personal grudge. What can we say? Besides, we don't know about this at all, and we're not familiar with them. The inner demons said indifferently. The old man looked at the two of them meaningfully and waved his hand. In that case, you can leave first. The Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun, you can leave first. Leave. The 5 of them were stunned. What was it that they couldn't let them know? Leave. Dong Laifu shouted. Why are you so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't cripple you? The inner demons raised his eyebrows and suddenly stood up, staring at Dong Lifu unkindly. You, Dong Lifu was furious. What about me? Aren't you just a lackey? Don't bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me. The inner demons sneered and turned to leave without looking back. Lu Jiajin put down his teacup and looked at Dong Lifu with a smile. He also turned and walked out of the hall. Lord, look, what kind of attitude is this? They're simply lawless. Dong Lifu was trembling with anger. Haven't they always been like this? The old man smiled bitterly. Even he felt a headache when facing the inner demons. The Lord and the other two looked at each other and got up to leave the hall. Close the door, the old man ordered. Yes. The monarch replied respectfully and closed the door. What's going on? The divine king frowned. Who knows? The human race sovereign shrugged. You too, do you know? The Lord looked at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin standing in front and asked through voice transmission. Do I look like I know? The inner demons rolled his eyes. The Lord smiled embarrassedly and said to himself, it seems that the people of the central dynasty really don't trust you. Now. The Lord and the other two already knew the identity of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, so they were no longer as cautious as before. Sigh. The problem of trust really needs to be solved as soon as possible. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while and suddenly turned to look at the hall. A glint flashed in his eyes and he smiled secretly. The emperor has always trusted this old man. As long as I can gain his trust, it's equivalent to gaining the emperor's trust. What do you plan to do? The Lord asked secretly. The reason why the central dynasty doesn't trust us is because they don't know our origin. In other words, as long as they find out our origin, they will naturally lower their guard against us. Lu Jiajin smiled secretly. The inner demons said through voice transmission, then as Qin Feiyang said, let's put on a show for this old man. I think so. Lu Jiajin nodded and said to the Lord and the other two through voice transmission, you guys stay here and wait for orders. The inner demons and I will contact Qin Feiyang and discuss the specific plan. They originally wanted to put on a show in front of the emperor, but since the emperor wasn't here, they could only use this old man. You guys don't want to stay and wait for their orders? The Lord asked hurriedly. Wait for orders? Do they have the right to do that? The inner demon's face was full of disdain. He immediately rose into the air and left without looking back. Lu Jiajin also smiled faintly and flew into the air like lightning. Looking at the suave back view of the two of them, the monarch and the deity king were filled with envy in their hearts. That was how people should be. They didn't care about anyone. Don't be envious. They have the right to do so. The supreme being of the human race laughed secretly. The Lord and the divine king looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. End of chapter. Chapter 4278. Black Tortoise Realm. Tea Garden. The fragrance of tea filled the courtyard. Qin Feiyang sat at the stone table, drinking tea and muttering to himself. The madman and the white-eyed wolf each held a wine jar, talking and laughing happily. That was their character. As long as they were with Qin Feiyang, they would never hurt their brain cells and think about those difficult problems. Buzz. Suddenly, the voice transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He took out the voice transmission stone and checked it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Who is it? The white-eyed wolf and the madman looked at him in confusion. Big cousin. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the voice transmission stone. Two figures immediately appeared. Little devil, do you want to drink? The white-eyed wolf held the wine jar and shook it at the inner demons. Get lost. The inner demons glared at him. Forget it. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and put on an arrogant posture. You guys really know how to enjoy. Lu Jiajin shook his head and smiled, then said, but now, you guys stop. Go and call Mu Qing. Use the all-seeing eye to see what Dong Tianchen and the others are talking about in the main hall. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the other two frowned. Call Mu Qing first. Lu Jiajin said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, Mu Qing immediately appeared beside him. What are you doing? Can you let them go into seclusion? Mu Qing glared at Qin Feiyang. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, help look after Dong Tianchen and the others. Mu Qing's face darkened. There was no end to it. She immediately opened the all-seeing eye. What's going on? Qin Feiyang asked. Previously, the teachers of Dong Tianchen and the others chased me, the inner demons, and the monarch out. I wonder what they are plotting. That's why I wanted to show it to Mu Qing. Lu Jiajin said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Look, how bad is your life in the Central Dynasty? If there's a small matter, I'll send you away. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them with disdain. Hearing this, even Lu Jiajin felt a burst of anger, let alone the hot-tempered inner demons. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at the two of them and said, it seems that the problem of trust needs to be solved as soon as possible. This is also the second reason why we sent you a message. Dong Tianchen and the others' teacher is called Dong Qingyuan. According to our inquiries, he is not only the teacher of Dong Tianchen and the others, but also the person in charge of the Death God army under the Emperor. Lu Jiajin said. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. The teacher of Dong Tianchen and the others? The person in charge of the Death God army? It can even be said that the Death God army was groomed by Dong Qingyuan. It's not hard to imagine how important and influential he is in the Central Dynasty. Lu Jiajin smiled. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded, trying to calm down. Dong Qingyuan's status in the Central Dynasty was probably second only to one person and above everyone else. Lu Jiajin continued, as for Dong Laifu, he is Dong Qingyuan's confidant. Because of Dong Qingyuan's backing, he is usually very arrogant. Arrogant? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, did he offend you? He scolded us before. Of course, the inner demons are not people who will suffer losses. They fell out with him on the spot. Lu Jiajin smiled. Awesome. How dare you offend such a big shot? The white-eyed wolf looked at the inner demons and said jokingly, bullshit big shot. If not for the fact that I have to investigate the foundation of the Central Dynasty, I would have killed him with a slap. The inner demons was dismissive. He did not take people like Dong Laifu seriously at all. Haha, you are right. In front of us, who dares to call himself a big shot? The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons and the white-eyed wolf, feeling very helpless. They were people who were not afraid of anything. Fortunately, he could subdue the inner demons. Qin Feiyang could also subdue the white-eyed wolf. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Dong Qingyuan is deeply trusted by the Emperor. So now, as long as we can gain Dong Qingyuan's trust, we can also gain the Emperor's trust. Lu Jiajin looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, what do you plan to do? Qin Feiyang asked. As you said last time, put on a good show for him. Lu Jiajin said. A good show. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and began to ponder. Lu Jiajin said, my initial plan is that you find a remote mountain forest and pretend to be our family. Then we will take him to see you. We are your family. Do you still need to pretend to be us? The white-eyed wolf said at once. Lu Jiajin said helplessly, what I mean is, you pretend to be. Needless to say, I already know what you mean. You want us to pretend to be your parents. The white-eyed wolf quickly stopped the two of them and said with a smile, this is easy. I will pretend to be your father. You two unfilial sons, quickly call me father and let me hear it. Lu Jiajin and the inner demons' faces darkened at once. Can't I? Then pretend to be your grandfather. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Wolf pup, do you need to be taught a lesson? The inner demons said angrily. Lu Jiajin also stared at the white-eyed wolf unkindly. No matter what it was, as long as it reached the white-eyed wolf's mouth, it would change its taste. Be serious. Qin Feiyang gave the white-eyed wolf a knock on the head and looked at the inner demons and the big cousin. I have thought of a more perfect plan. Go ahead. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. The plan is still your plan, but don't take the initiative to bring them here. Because if you take the initiative, it will seem a little deliberate. The person who can control the death god army is definitely not a fool. If you are not careful, you may not be able to eliminate their wariness of you. Instead, it may be counterproductive. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't take the initiative to bring them there. The inner demons frowned. We have to arrange this. Let them find out by themselves, and then quietly follow you to find us, the so-called parents. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Quickly tell us the details. Hearing this, the two of them were very curious. The first step. In the future, you will often go out late at night and quietly go out. When Dong Qingyuan and the others find out that the two of you always go out in the middle of the night, they will definitely be suspicious and will secretly follow you. In this way, won't it be very natural? The second step is to wait for them to follow you and find us. Then we will work together and put on a good show for them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this plan, whether it was the inner demons, Lu Jiajin, the madman, or the white-eyed wolf, they couldn't help but nod. The credibility of this plan was indeed much higher. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and asked, then should we pretend to be hidden experts or ordinary people? The madman touched his chin and said narcissistically, with our strength and temperament, will they believe us if we pretend to be ordinary people? The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. This damn madman's face was even thicker than his. Indeed, we can't pretend to be ordinary people. After all, Dong Qingyuan is an overlord. He has seen countless people and will easily expose us. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's pretend to be hidden experts. We are good at this. As for the details, let's discuss it carefully. For example, who will be your father, who will be your grandfather, who will be your ancestor? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The inner demons clenched his hands and glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Can't you send him to heaven with a kick? Are you jealous of my talent? Or are you jealous of my peerless beauty? The white-eyed wolf looked at the inner demons. Why don't you die? The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf helplessly. Ahem. The madman coughed and said, but then again, we are now in the Divine Kingdom. The entire Divine Kingdom is under the control of the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom. Whether it is ordinary people or hidden experts, the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom should know them all. Stupid question. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. How am I stupid? You better explain it to me today. The madman raised his eyebrows and glared at the white-eyed wolf. There are so many creatures in the Divine Kingdom. How can the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom know all of them? You can ask little Qin Zi. He is also the Overlord of the Black Tortoise world. Can he know everyone in the Black Tortoise world? Besides, even if the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom knows, the Emperor is not the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom. How can he know? And the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom is now confined in Hades. Can he run back and tell the Emperor? Now tell me, aren't you stupid? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The madman's expression froze. He stared at the smug white-eyed wolf and really wanted to kick him. Lu Jiajin shook his head and laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, when I'm with you guys, no matter how tense the situation is, I can relax. No need to thank me. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and said, if you really want to thank me, then hurry up and take down the fire lotus. The corner of Lu Jiajin's mouth twitched. He said with a dark face, let's discuss the details. A moment later, Mu Qing finally closed the all-seeing eye, but there was no joy on her face. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Qin Feiyang and the others also finished discussing the details. They looked at Mu Qing and asked, what's wrong? Strange. Mu Qing glanced at the few of them and said, what's strange? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Mu Qing said, they didn't say a word the whole time. Didn't say a word? How is that possible? The inner demons didn't believe it. I also know it's impossible. So I guess they should be communicating secretly. Mu Qing said. Communicating secretly. Qin Feiyang frowned and pondered for a moment. He looked at Mu Qing and said, it seems that they have learned their lesson. They are guarding against you spying on them. Yes. Mu Qing nodded. So, you didn't gain anything at all? The inner demons asked. If they don't say anything, what can I gain? But it's not difficult to find out what they are planning. Just ask Dong Tianchen and the other two. If Dong Tianchen doesn't tell the truth, then let Long Chen do it. Dong Xin and the other two are controlled by the soul controlling technique. It's too easy to make them talk. Mu Qing said. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while. Suddenly, he patted his head and said, looking at my memory, I almost forgot about this. Dong Tianchen and the other two have already confessed to Dong Qingyuan that they were controlled by you. What? Confessed? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. You can't blame them. They didn't say this at first. Later, under Dong Qin's coercion, they had no choice but to confess. Lu Jiajin sighed. So, Dong Qin is really taking revenge on them? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The three of them are now facing a situation where they can't explain themselves. Lu Jiajin nodded. This woman can't be kept alive, the white-eyed wolf snorted. His eyes flashed coldly. End of chapter. Chapter 4279. It's hard to kill her now. Lu Jiajin shook his head. Indeed. It's all Dong Ping's fault. He can't do anything right. Now that he's seen Dong Qin's true face, he must be regretting it. The white-eyed wolf sneered. He's regretting it now. What a pity. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Jiajin nodded with a smile. Now, I'm impressed by Dong Tianchen. Although he's a typical villain, at least he's smart. He can see through everything. The white-eyed wolf said. You're wrong. The 5 geniuses of the Central Dynasty aren't idiots. The reason Dong Ping made a mistake this time was entirely because of his feelings for Dong Qin. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. Yes. Everyone nodded. If they were in Dong Ping's shoes, they might not be as rational as him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He looked at Lu Jiajin and the inner demons and said, let's not talk about them for now. We'll act according to the plan. Be careful and don't give yourself away. This plan could only succeed. It couldn't fail. Otherwise, Lu Jiajin and the inner demons wouldn't be able to gain the Emperor's trust and might even expose their identities. Okay. Lu Jiajin and the inner demons nodded and turned off the voice transmission stone. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and pondered for a while. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, if we want to pretend to be hidden experts, do we have to find a small mountain village and ask the villagers to cooperate with us? No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. No need. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. It'll save us a lot of trouble if we find a small mountain village. But have you ever thought about why they'll help us? Even if we can bribe them and make them cooperate with us, how can you be sure of their acting skills? If their acting skills aren't good, they'll be exposed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what's your opinion? The white-eyed wolf asked. I can't say that it's a brilliant idea. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You have a lot of ideas. The white-eyed wolf continued Qin Feiyang's words and joked. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He shook his head and said, let's go out and find a place as far away as possible. It's best if it's a place where there are very few people. With that, he left the Black Tortoise world with the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist. Mu Qing continued to cultivate in seclusion. West Continent. After spending half a day, Qin Feiyang and the other two split up and searched. Finally, they found a remote and inaccessible place. In this place, it was called Blue Sun Mountain. Within a radius of several million miles, there was not a single house. There were very few ferocious beasts in the mountains and they were not very strong. How is this place? On a certain mountain peak. The white-eyed wolf pointed around and laughed proudly. This was the place he had found. Sure. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded in satisfaction. There were green mountains and clear waters, and the air was fresh. It was a very good place to nourish one's health. Normally, hidden experts would choose to live in a place with a beautiful environment and a quiet atmosphere where no one would disturb them. Suddenly, Madman pointed to a giant mountain peak not far away and laughed. Let's build the house there. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked up. The giant mountain was more than 10,000 feet tall and had verdant vegetation. A clear stream snaked down from the top of the mountain and reached the river below. The place that Madman pointed to was halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a pond about 10 meters wide and the stream flowed. There were some wild aquatic plants, lotus leaves, and other plants floating on the water surface. There were also lotus flowers that were budding. On both sides of the pond, there was a very large stone platform that was enough to accommodate a dozen small wooden buildings. "I think it's okay. Then let's do it," the white-eyed wolf said. Immediately, the three of them began to build the small wooden buildings on the mountainside. In less than an hour, 5 small wooden buildings rose from the ground. The three of them built a tea garden, an orchard, a flower garden and so on next to the small wooden buildings. Of course, the scale of the tea garden, orchard, and flower garden was definitely not big. After all, the space was limited. The white-eyed wolf went to the black tortoise world on a whim and caught a lot of small fish and put them in the pond next to it. It really looks like it. In the end, the three of them stood in the air and looked at the small mountain village halfway up the mountain with a satisfied smile on their faces. The environment was beautiful, peaceful. Everything seemed simple and plain. Madman laughed. "To be honest, I really want to live here and retire." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone lived in such a place, drinking tea, basking in the sun, chatting, looking at the scenery, and accompanying their family and friends. This kind of life was very comfortable. "Don't worry, there will be a chance in the future." The white-eyed wolf laughed. After working hard for so many years, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf, they were already very tired in their hearts. It was just that there were too many helplessness in this world, and they had no choice but to continue walking. Qin Feiyang looked at the few small wooden buildings and muttered, "However, it seems that there is still something missing." "What is it?" The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then suddenly patted his head and said, "It's too new." New? The two of them were taken aback and looked up. It was true. Everything was new. It definitely didn't make sense. It has to be weathered by wind and rain. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and directly set up a time array halfway up the mountain. A time array of 5,000 years a day could make the house quickly weathered. As long as it weathered, the new side would disappear. There is still one more problem. Although there are very few beasts in this Blue Sun Mountain, it's not like there are none. They have lived in Blue Sun Mountain for so long, so they must be very familiar with the situation here. If Dong Qingyuan goes to ask these beasts, won't he reveal a flaw? The white-eyed wolf said. That's simple. Kill all the beasts in Blue Sun Mountain and replace them with the beasts in our Black Tortoise world. The beasts in the Black Tortoise world definitely won't betray us. The madman laughed. Don't kill randomly. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand, pondered for a while, and said with a smile, send all the beasts in Blue Sun Mountain to the Black Tortoise world. Anyway, they are not strong, so there is no need to worry about them disturbing the order of the Black Tortoise world. Damn, you have become so benevolent now. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. In this life, we have killed enough. In the future, we will try to avoid it as much as possible. It can be considered as accumulating merit for our future children and grandchildren. After all, this wife of mine has long wanted a child. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. The madman nodded. Not for himself, but for his children and grandchildren. Then, the three of them took action and sent all the beasts in Blue Sun Mountain into the Black Tortoise world. Then, Qin Feiyang personally entered the Black Tortoise world to find the beasts there for help. In the Black Tortoise world, whether it was humans or beasts, they were all dead loyal to Qin Feiyang. After all, Qin Feiyang's sacrifice for the Black Tortoise world was obvious to all. After the arrangements were made, the three of them began to arrange the furniture. This thing was even simpler, they could just take it from the Black Tortoise world. After everything was arranged, Qin Feiyang and the other two informed Lu Jiajin and the inner demons of the location and coordinates. Then, they took out 3 bamboo rattan chairs and a wooden, old tea table and placed them by the pond. Next, the The three of them lay on the rattan chairs, drinking tea, chatting, and basking in the sun, enjoying this rare leisure. Late at night. 5,000 years in a day, it had already been more than 2,000 years in the time array. After more than 2,000 years, the new traces had disappeared. It looked extremely old and could even be called an antique. Swish. Two figures descended. It was the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Not bad. Looking at the small mountain village in front of them, a smile appeared on both of their faces. Especially under the hazy moonlight, this small mountain village seemed particularly peaceful. Since we're here, we'll go back tomorrow morning. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. It's easier to attract Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu's attention this way. Lu Jiajin nodded. That night, the five of them sat under the moonlight and chatted a lot. There was the past and the future dreams. Before dawn, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin left. Qin Feiyang and the other two immediately got into character. Because they didn't know when Dong Qingyuan would follow them, they had to be in character at all times. In order to make it more realistic, Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf all invited their wives, which were the mermaid princess, fire dance, and Zhuo Xiaoxian. 5 small wooden buildings were just enough for them. Qin Feiyang and his wife lived in one building. The madman and Zhuo Xiaoxian lived in the same building. The white-eyed wolf and fire dance lived in the same building. The remaining 2 small wooden buildings naturally belonged to the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. And the roles they played were the inner demons and Lu Jiajin's parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. The white-eyed wolf, this bastard, not only wanted to take advantage of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, but he also wanted to take advantage of Qin Feiyang and the madman, competing to play the role of great-grandfather. The madman didn't want to be outdone and directly took the role of grandfather. Qin Feiyang was helpless and could only play the role of father. The plan was carried out step by step just like that, waiting for the fish to take the bait. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin basically came every 2 days. And they always chose to come late at night. Finally, on the 4th visit, Dong Laifu noticed something strange. What? They often sneak out in the middle of the night. When did it start? When Dong Qingyuan heard about this, he couldn't help but frown. I don't know when it started, but I paid special attention these 2 times. Every time, they went out late at night and came back before dawn. Dong Laifu shook his head. Dong Qingyuan pondered for a while and said, from now on, don't do anything. Just focus on monitoring them. You're suspecting them? Dong Laifu asked. How can such abnormal behavior not arouse suspicion? Moreover, their origins are unknown. Dong Qingyuan said. Yes. Dong Laifu replied respectfully. No matter how suspicious they were, they would never suspect that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were from Great Qin. And they would never think that they were involved with Qin Feiyang and the others. This was because the inner demons and Lu Jiajin entered the Divine Kingdom more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm hadn't been connected yet. Without the connection of the Divine Kingdom's gate, in their opinion, it was impossible for anyone to sneak into their Divine Kingdom from another world. So, even if they were suspicious, at most, they would only wonder whose son these 2 were. They were so monstrous. End of chapter. Chapter 4280. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. This time, Lu Jiajin and the inner demons came 5 days later. They couldn't always be 2 days apart. That would seem too deliberate. If they wanted to bait the other party, they had to be natural. And this time, before Lu Jiajin and the inner demons came, they specially went to buy some divine wine and tea. Since they were going to visit their elders, they naturally had to show some filial piety. That was more realistic. Dong Laifu followed them all the way. What's going on? After buying the divine wine and tea, who are they going to visit? Looking at the series of actions of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, Dong Laifu was very puzzled. He thought that he hid well, but little did he know that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had already discovered that he was following them. All of this was done specially for him. Finally, Dong Laifu followed the inner demons and came to Qingyang Mountain. When he saw the small mountain village halfway up the mountain, he was immediately stunned. There were actually people in such a remote place. Did these two brothers come to visit the people in this small mountain village? All of a sudden. He was full of curiosity. What kind of person could make these two arrogant fellows respect him so much? So, with the help of the space divine object, he quietly sneaked over. Coming. Under the night sky. In front of the courtyard, Qin Feiyang and the other two sat together drinking tea. The mermaid princess and the other two were also sitting on the side. The inner demons nodded, glanced at the void behind without leaving a trace, and braced himself to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said with a smile, "Father, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa, this is for you." He really couldn't say it, but there was no other way. Dong Laifu was secretly watching. At the same time, hearing the name Inner Demons, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. If the Inner Demons called them that, it meant that the fish had taken the bait. The white-eyed wolf took the divine wine and laughed with a ruddy face. "My good grandson is really filial. Every time you come, you bring such divine wine for Great-Grandpa. Don't push your luck." The Inner Demons roared furiously. "If I don't say that, what else can I say?" The white-eyed wolf secretly smiled proudly. He opened the wine jar and impatiently drank a mouthful. "You old man, can't you drink less?" Fire Dance sat at the side and glared at the white-eyed wolf. Both of them looked like they were in their 70s or 80s. Their hair was white, and their faces were full of wrinkles. "Old woman, we're already so old. Can't you care less about me? We'll talk about it later. Both of our little grandsons are so promising. I'm so happy." White-eyed wolf looked at Fire Dance with dissatisfaction. Then, he turned to Madman, Qin Feiyang, mermaid princess, and Zhuo Xiaoxian and asked, "Son, daughter-in-law, grandson, granddaughter-in-law, don't you agree? You don't have to call them all." The madman glared at him angrily. He was really addicted to taking advantage of others. "Someone is watching," White-eyed wolf said telepathically. Madman nodded helplessly and said, "You're the head of the family. Whatever you say. Did you see that? My son is so sensible. Son, I'll give you a jar." White-eyed wolf laughed, grabbed an altar, and threw it to Madman. "Thank you, father." Madman gritted his teeth. If he had known, he would have pretended to be his brother. Why would he pretend to be his son or grandson? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? "Why are you thanking me?" White-eyed wolf waved his hand and pointed at Lu Jiajin and Zhuo Xiaoxian. "They bought this wine. If you want to thank someone, thank your two promising grandsons." Lu Jiajin and Inner Demons were about to collapse. So this is their home. Dong Laifu looked at this scene in astonishment. Father, mother, grandparents, great-grandparents, 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 these 4 generations living together. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at Inner Demons and said, "Son, last time you said that Dong Qingyuan." Inner Demon's face darkened, but it was quite easy to call him that. Yes. Dong Qingyuan. Did he make things difficult for you?" Qin Feiyang asked. "He dares. If he dares to make things difficult for my little grandson, I'll destroy him." White-eyed wolf suddenly roared. Hearing White-eyed wolf's words, Dong Laifu was shocked. So arrogant. Wait a minute. He carefully looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. None of them had any aura on them, and they looked like ordinary people. Previously, it was precisely because he didn't feel that Qin Feiyang and the others exuded a powerful aura that Dong Laifu thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were just ordinary people living in the countryside. But now, after careful observation, he found that these people's temperament was faintly extraordinary. Gradually, he even felt an invisible sense of oppression. His pupils constricted involuntarily. He should have known. How could they be ordinary people if they could raise geniuses like Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng? Inner Demons glanced at White-eyed Wolf and said proudly, "Does he dare to bully us? I don't think he's a threat at all." "You can't say that." Qin Feiyang quickly stopped him. "What can't I say?" White-eyed Wolf glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "The descendants of the Lu family should be so domineering." "Well, Grandpa," Qin Feiyang looked at White-eyed Wolf and sighed. "Dong Qingyuan is from the Central Dynasty after all. We have to give him face." What do you mean? Is face given by others? Is that what I taught you before? You have to fight for your own face. White-eyed Wolf said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Don't be angry. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Why should I be angry at my old age? White-eyed Wolf snorted and looked at inner demons and asked, do they know about us? They don't. We've never mentioned you to them. Inner demons shook his head. That's right. Since you're going out, you have to rely on your own abilities. In short, as long as you step out of this house, we won't care about you anymore. We'll talk about it later. I've always liked to keep a low profile. I don't want to be disturbed. White-eyed Wolf said. Understood. Inner demons nodded. So that's how it is. Dong Laifu suddenly understood. So the reason why Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian never mentioned his family was because of the old master's orders. He left quietly without anyone noticing. After a while, he came out of the space divine item and entered a forest. In the forest, several beasts were dozing. He found one of the ferocious beasts. His eyes flashed slightly, and he landed in front of it. Roar! The beast was suddenly awakened and stared at Dong Laifu fiercely. Shh! Dong Laifu made a shushing gesture and whispered, if you dare to roar again, I'll kill you. The beast immediately showed a look of horror. Let me ask you. How many years have the people halfway up the mountain lived here? Dong Laifu asked. Who are you? Why are you asking this? The beast was surprised. Just answer when I ask you to answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Killing intent flashed in Dong Laifu's eyes. The beast shrank its neck and hurriedly said, they have lived here for many years. Many years. Dong Laifu was taken aback. I don't know how many years it has been. Anyway, when I was born, they were already living here. But because they keep a low profile and have a kind personality, the beasts in our Qingyang mountain area like them very much. Sometimes, we even run to play with them. The beast said. What about their strength? Dong Laifu asked. Their strength? The beast pondered for a while and shook its head, I don't know. I have never seen them fight before. They look a bit like ordinary humans, but they are definitely not. Why? Dong Laifu was curious. Think about it. Can ordinary people live for so long? The beast said. That's true. Dong Laifu smiled embarrassedly and turned his head to look at the mountainside. He looked at the beast and said, I'm their friend and I'm going to give them a surprise. So when you meet them in the future, don't tell them that I have been to Qingyang Mountain. So you're their friend. I was wondering why your aura is so strong. The beast smiled and immediately relaxed its vigilance. Dong Laifu chuckled, opened a space-time tunnel, and turned to leave. Do you think I'm a fool? Friends. One look and I know you're not a good person. I have to hurry and inform the Lord. The beast looked at Dong Laifu's back in disdain. When the teleportation tunnel disappeared, it immediately flew to the mountainside. They are going to visit their family. Mount Supreme. In a hall. Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Laifu who was standing below in shock. That's right. And it's 4 generations in the same hall. Dong Laifu smiled hoarsely. It's really a bit surprising. Dong Qingyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought that these 2 brothers were doing something shady, but it turned out that they were just going back to show filial piety to their elders. Dong Laifu said, I have also inquired the beasts in Qingyang Mountain. There is indeed no problem with their identity. It's good that there is no problem. Because if there is no problem, we can put these 2 brothers in an important position. Dong Qingyuan smiled slightly. Dong Laifu nodded. However, they are too low-key. To be able to cultivate 2 peerless geniuses, it proves that their strength isn't weak. Such people shouldn't be so unknown. Dong Qingyuan frowned. This family is relatively low-key. Moreover, everyone's pursuit is different. Some people like power, some like wealth, but there are also many people who are indifferent to fame and fortune and prefer a plain life. Dong Laifu smiled. Makes sense. It seems that they are the so-called hidden experts. Go and prepare some gifts. After dawn, I will personally visit them. Dong Qingyuan ordered. You still want to visit them? Dong Laifu was stunned. This is a bit of a fuss. We definitely have to visit them. After all, Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng are deeply loved by the emperor. Dong Qingyuan said. Dong Laifu nodded and then asked, then what gifts should we prepare? Shouldn't you ask yourself this? You have followed Lu Yuntian and the others for so long, don't you know what they like? Dong Qingyuan was speechless. Dong Laifu was stunned. After pondering for a while, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, they should like wine and tea because brother Lu Yuntian went back to visit them and gave them divine brew and divine tea. Divine brew, divine tea, Dong Qingyuan pondered and said, isn't this a bit too vulgar? End of chapter. Chapter 4281. Then what do you think is appropriate? Dong Laifu asked. Epitome of laws. Inheritance of laws. Or a dominator divine weapon. Dong Qingyuan lowered his head and murmured. Dong Laifu smiled wryly and said, my lord, these gifts are even more vulgar. Huh? Dong Qingyuan looked at him in confusion. Do you know what a reclusive master is? A reclusive master is indifferent to fame and fortune. They don't care about worldly possessions. These things are even worse than dirt in their eyes. Dong Laifu said. That's true. Dong Qingyuan nodded. So, I still think we should give them tea and wine. That's also what they like. If we give them other things, they might be dissatisfied. Dong Laifu smiled. Dong Qingyuan thought for a while and felt that it made sense. He waved his hand and said, okay, you go and make the arrangements. Okay. Dong Laifu nodded and quickly left. I didn't expect that after all the investigation, this is the only thing we found. Dong Qingyuan shook his head and smiled. The sky gradually brightened. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin washed up and left through the portal. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf sat in the yard, making a cup of tea and watching the sunrise. The mermaid princess and the other two were making breakfast in the house. The sun slowly rose. Everything was waking up. You three old men, it's time to eat. Zhuo Xiaoxian walked out and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other three. They still looked the same as last night. And they had to keep this appearance in the future. Because Dong Qingyuan already knew that they lived here and could come to them at any time. Once they returned to their original appearance, wouldn't their identities be exposed? Breakfast was very simple and bland, but everyone enjoyed it. How nice it would be if it could stay like this. The mermaid princess sat next to Qin Feiyang and looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers. Her pursuit was simpler than Qin Feiyang's. Find a quiet place to be with the person she loved, hold his hand, and grow old together. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but turn to look at the woman he loved and owed. What's wrong? The mermaid princess was puzzled. When we got married, I said I would make you happy for the rest of your life. But now, I can't even give you a basic stable life. Qin Feiyang sighed, his face was filled with guilt. Isn't our life now a stable life? The mermaid princess smiled faintly. Stable? Qin Feiyang asked himself. Although he had always been with the mermaid princess, they didn't have much time. Or they were busy outside. Otherwise, they would be cultivating in seclusion. Unknowingly, he held the mermaid princess's hand tightly. He silently said in his heart, after dealing with everything in the kingdom of God, no matter how big the matter is, I won't ask about it anymore. I must give my beloved woman a stable home and spend the rest of my life with her. Suddenly, the power of space-time law appeared in the void in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others raised their heads to look, and their eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. Soon, a space-time passage appeared and two auras came out. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and smiled. They came really fast. They had never seen Dong Qingyuan in person, so they didn't know his aura. But they had seen Dong Laifu once, so they were familiar with his aura. One of them was Dong Laifu. Needless to say, the other unfamiliar aura was definitely Dong Qingyuan. Let's get ready to welcome these two guests. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Before he could finish his sentence, two figures walked out of the passage and entered their line of sight. Who else could it be but Dong Laifu and Dong Qingyuan? Dong Qingyuan was holding a golden walking stick in his hand. He walked unsteadily as if he would fall if the wind blew, but his eyes were full of energy. Dong Laifu was holding 2 gift boxes in his hands. As soon as Dong Qingyuan appeared, he glanced at the mountains below. It was indeed a good place to live in seclusion. My lord, they are there. Dong Laifu looked at Qin Feiyang and the others halfway up the mountain and said in a low voice. He had heard of it. Dong Qingyuan retracted his gaze and turned to look at the mountainside. Qin Feiyang and the others were also looking at the two of them suspiciously. There was no aura on them. They were even more ordinary than ordinary people. Dong Qingyuan strode towards the mountainside. Dong Laifu followed closely behind him. Who are you? What are you doing in our small mountain village? Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the two of them and asked warily. Dong Qingyuan landed on the edge of the cliff and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. We are here to visit you. Visit us. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and asked suspiciously, do we know each other? No. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. If you don't know each other, why are you visiting us? Qin Feiyang looked puzzled. Dong Laifu looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, although we don't know each other, we know your 2 children. You know my 2 children? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, what children? Dong Laifu said with a smile, Brother Lu, don't joke. Aren't you Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng's father? You. Qin Feiyang's face changed. Madman and the others also stood up. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Dong Laifu hurriedly waved his hand and said, we don't mean any harm. To be honest, we are from the Central Dynasty. My name is Dong Laifu, and this is my master, Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Dong Qingyuan in a daze. Dong Qingyuan had a kind face and looked like an old grandpa next door. Madman came back to his senses and turned to the white-eyed wolf and asked, is the person Yuntian and Yunfeng talked about last night? They did talk about Dong Qingyuan last night. But I don't know if it's true or not. But I don't think anyone dares to pretend to be from the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Of course no one dares to pretend to be from the Central Dynasty. I'm the teacher of Dong Qingyuan and Dong Tianchen. Dong Qingyuan said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qingyuan for a moment and said, so it's a big shot. Sorry for the disrespect. No, no. Dong Qingyuan hurriedly waved his hand. What's wrong with these 2 bastards? I just told them not to mention us last night. Why are they here today? When they come back, I'll beat their butts. The white-eyed wolf muttered angrily. When Dong Qingyuan heard this, he hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf and said respectfully, don't be angry. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng didn't tell us this. Huh? They didn't tell you? Then how did you know we live here? The white-eyed wolf frowned. This, to be honest, we followed them here. Dong Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. Followed. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, their expressions immediately became unfriendly. Calm down, calm down. Actually, it's like this. During this period, we accidentally found that the 2 brothers often sneaked out in the middle of the night. We thought they might have encountered some trouble. So I asked Lai Fu to follow them secretly and see if he could help them. In the end, we didn't expect that they came back to visit you elders. Dong Qingyuan said with a smile. This old man was too good at talking. He could even find such a perfect excuse to spy on them. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. You don't know that these 2 brats are very tight-lipped. In these years in the Central Dynasty, we repeatedly asked them about their identity, but they never said a word about their background. If it weren't for this accident, I'm afraid we'd never know that they have relatives like you. That's why we came uninvited. If we offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive us. Dong Laifu also explained. There's nothing to be offended about. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, these 2 brats must have caused you trouble. No. Everything else is fine, but they're a little arrogant. Dong Qingyuan waved his hand. It's all because their mother spoiled them. Qin Feiyang sighed. Who doesn't love their own children? Besides, they're already very outstanding, okay? The mermaid princess added appropriately and looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly, looking like a typical henpecked husband. These two brats are indeed outstanding. Dong Qingyuan nodded with a smile and said to Dong Laifu, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give the gifts to them." Dong Laifu quickly nodded and walked up to Qin Feiyang. He handed the two gift boxes in his hand to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It's just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." "How could we accept it? You helped us take care of our children. We should be thanking you." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't say that. We also treat Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng as our own children, so we're also a family. It's our duty to take care of them. Let's talk about it later. We have to thank you for cultivating two outstanding talents for our divine kingdom. You may not know this, but they're top geniuses even in the central dynasty." Dong Qingyuan smiled. "What talents? I think they're more like idiots. They don't even know they're being followed." The white-eyed wolf snorted. "Ha!" Hearing this, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu laughed dryly. This old man was too petty. He still hadn't gotten over following Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. In order to change the topic, Dong Laifu quickly stuffed the gift into Qin Feiyang's hand. "What's this? Open it and let me see." The white-eyed wolf glanced at him and said, "Old man, you're getting more and more muddle-headed. How can you open a gift in front of others?" The white-haired old woman, Fire Dance, stared at the white-eyed wolf and said, "It's okay. We're family. No need to be so polite." Dong Qingyuan smiled. Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. They're family already? This old man really doesn't know what estrangement is. End of chapter. Chapter 4282. Did you hear that? He said there's no need to be so polite. Why are you still being so polite? The white-eyed wolf opened one of the gift boxes with great interest. Immediately, he was stunned. These were 5 exquisite clay pots, the size of an adult's fist. They were as white as clouds and emitted a hazy luster. "What's this?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Open it and you'll know." Dong Laifu smiled. Dong Qingyuan also had some expectations in his eyes. Would these people be satisfied with this gift? The white-eyed wolf opened the clay pot suspiciously. A burst of tea fragrance suddenly came to his nose. Tea leaves. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and looked down at the clay pot. It was full of tea leaves, each of which was golden like a golden leaf, shining with divine light. At first glance, he knew that it was not an ordinary tea. However, the white-eyed wolf was not interested. Divine tea? Humph. No matter how high the quality of the divine tea was, he was not interested. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu looked at each other, looking at this gift. However, when they noticed the look on Qin Feiyang's face, they immediately smiled. Because Qin Feiyang was looking at the tea leaves with great interest. It seemed that someone liked it. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, took the teapot from the white-eyed wolf, took out a tea leaf, put it to the tip of his nose, and smelled it. His eyes suddenly lit up. This was a top-grade divine tea. How generous. He did not expect Dong Qingyuan to give such a valuable gift. However, immediately after, he was stunned. Why did this tea leaf look a little familiar? What's wrong? Dong Laifu saw the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and asked nervously. Qin Feiyang suddenly showed a look of realization. He had seen this tea leaf before, and he also had it. It was the tea leaves from Master Ji Ju's tea garden. Is it a coincidence? Qin Feiyang frowned and opened the other 4 teapots. As a result, the tea leaves in these 4 pots were also seen in Master Ji Ju's tea garden. It couldn't be so coincidental. Therefore, it was obvious that these were the tea leaves that Dong Qingyuan had asked 9th Master Ji for. Presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, he really knew how to have fun. However, it was indeed not easy for 9th Master Ji to take out 5 jars of tea leaves at once. He knew Master Ji Ju's character too well. Tea was his lifeblood. Dong Laifu looked at the frowning Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Lu, if you are not satisfied." No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. His brows relaxed and he smiled. "I just find it unbelievable that they are all top-grade divine teas. This gift is too valuable. I don't deserve it." I don't dare to accept it. I see. I thought Brother Lu didn't like it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're all family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Dong Laifu chuckled. He had no choice but to accept that they were all old foxes who knew how to put on a show. In that case, Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Laifu and Dong Qingyuan and said with a smile, then I'll accept it. Thank you for your generous gift. Please take a seat. His attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. He didn't care much about these 5 jars of tea leaves. After all, there were even tea trees, so he definitely wouldn't care about some tea leaves. However, this was a greeting gift from the other party. There was a saying that one would not hit a smiling person. Besides, even if he was familiar with these tea leaves, he had to pretend that he didn't know them. Otherwise, his relationship with Ninth Master Ji and the others would arouse Dong Qingyuan's suspicion. Dong Qingyuan chuckled and walked to the tea table and sat down. Dong Laifu stood behind Dong Qingyuan and looked at the white-eyed wolf with a smile. There's another gift that you should like. The white-eyed wolf opened the other gift box suspiciously and was stunned again. There was actually an interspatial ring in this big gift box. What a joke. Who would give an interspatial ring as a gift? Who would lack an interspatial ring at this level? The gift is in the interspatial ring, Dong Laifu said with a smile. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He grabbed the interspatial ring and lowered his head to check. Immediately, he was shocked. It was filled to the brim with divine wine. There were at least tens of thousands of jars. What's this? Lunatic was curious. What does it have to do with you? The white-eyed wolf glared at him and quickly put away the interspatial ring, not giving Lunatic any chance to snatch it. Lunatic's face darkened. If there were benefits, he should share it with everyone. How could he eat it alone? Ha ha! Dong Qingyuan and Dong Laifu laughed hoarsely. Sure enough, they gave the right gift. If they gave the law miniature, inheritance, or dominator divine weapon, these people might not be tempted. Please have some tea. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Dong Qingyuan. Of course. Now he was only soaking in Longjing tea. The tea leaves in Ninth Master Ji's tea garden couldn't be taken out. Thank you. Dong Qingyuan chuckled and took a sip of tea. He nodded and said, it's not bad. Although it's not divine tea, it has a different flavor when tasted carefully. It's good that you like it. I was worried that you, a big shot of the Central Dynasty, wouldn't be used to this kind of ordinary tea. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Don't call me big shot. It sounds too distant. Brother Lu, if you don't mind, you can call me big brother. Dong Qingyuan waved his hand and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. That's more intimate. The white-eyed wolf nodded. His attitude was completely different from before. Ha ha, Dong Qingyuan laughed happily and looked at Qin Feiyang. It seems that this old man of your family is also a sentimental person. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Old man? If Dong Qingyuan knew that the old man in his eyes was actually the white-eyed wolf, who knew what he would think? However, I have a question in my mind. Why have you been living in seclusion here? Dong Qingyuan looked at them suspiciously. Finally, we're getting to the point. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Did he really think that Dong Qingyuan was here to visit them? No. He was here to find out about them. Well, actually, there's no special reason. We just like peace and quiet. Moreover, for us, fame and fortune are not important. The happiest thing is to get together as a family and live a peaceful life. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. I see. Dong Qingyuan smiled and said with admiration, your state of mind is really admirable. We're just country bumpkins. What's there to admire? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile. No, no, no. There are not many people in the world who are indifferent to fame and fortune. For example, I can't do that. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. It can only be said that everyone has different pursuits. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Yes. Dong Qingyuan nodded and said with a smile, as for country bumpkins, Brother Lu, you're belittling yourself. If you were really country bumpkins, would you be able to cultivate such outstanding descendants? Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said, Yun Tian and Yun Feng have achieved what they have today because of their own efforts. It has nothing to do with us. You can't say that. Without a good cultivation environment, even the best talent will be in vain. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. In fact, after talking for so long, he was just trying to find out the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others. That's true. These two children are indeed talented, but they're a little disobedient. For example, more than 1,000 years ago, we forbade them to go out and train, but they didn't listen. In the middle of the night, when we were all asleep, they sneaked out. I didn't expect them to go to the central dynasty. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He looked as if he expected better from them. Brother Lu, I have to disagree with that. Young people should go out and explore. They should show their worth. If we keep them by our side, they'll never grow up. Dong Qingyuan said. That's true. So, we didn't care about them after that. As long as they don't do anything outrageous, let them be, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Dong Qingyuan said in a hoarse voice, although they're arrogant, I believe in my judgment. They won't do anything outrageous. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed, and he asked, recently, there's a young man called Qin Feiyang who's been making a lot of trouble. Have you heard of him? Qin Feiyang? The few of them were stunned. Dong Qingyuan said with a smile, don't tell me you don't know him at all. I know a thing or two. I heard that this Qin Feiyang came from the Sky Cloud realm. And he seems to be the daughter of the monarch, the descendant of Ji Tianyu. Qin Feiyang thought. Yes. Not only is he the descendant of Ji Tianyu, but he also has the purple gold dragon blood. And he has mastered the law of life and death, the 3,000 incarnations, the eye of heaven, and other heaven-defying means. He's caused a lot of trouble in our divine kingdom. Dong Qingyuan sighed. Is that powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Our 4 great continents and 5 great races have suffered losses in his hands. Moreover, the people sent by the central dynasty have also died in his hands. This time, I personally came to the 4 great continents to deal with him. Dong Qingyuan said. I didn't expect that the Sky Cloud realm could give birth to such a powerful young man. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The Sky Cloud realm is just a small place. It's really surprising that it could cultivate such an outstanding young man. The few of you are all hidden experts. Could you help me get rid of these scourges? Dong Qingyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the others expectantly. I'm really sorry. As a member of the Divine Kingdom, it's our duty to help when the Divine Kingdom is in trouble. However, with our strength, we really can't help much. However, I believe that Yun Tian and Yun Feng won't sit back and do nothing. We will also support them to defend the dignity of the Divine Kingdom and protect the people of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You are indeed very righteous. On behalf of the monarch and the millions of people of the Divine Kingdom, I thank you in advance. Dong Qingyuan cupped his hands and smiled. In fact, he was very disappointed. He said this because he wanted to find out the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others. However, this group of people didn't give him the slightest chance. They just casually dismissed him with a sentence. Chapter 4283. Dong Laifu looked at Dong Qingyuan and smiled. Master, what do you think of this place? Huh? Dong Qingyuan looked at him suspiciously. Dong Laifu said, how is the environment of Qingyang Mountain compared to Mount Supreme? Dong Qingyuan smiled and looked around. Mount Supreme definitely can't compare to this place. In that case, why don't we stay here from now on? Dong Laifu looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. I wonder if Brother Lu will welcome us. Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf also looked at Dong Laifu in shock. What does he mean? He's still relying on us. Dong Qingyuan's eyes flashed as he looked at Dong Laifu and said, this isn't appropriate. If such a paradise is destroyed because of our arrival, wouldn't we become sinners? It's not that serious. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. So, Brother Lu agrees to let us stay? Dong Laifu took advantage of the situation and asked. Qin Feiyang looked a little troubled. He pointed at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, I really can't make the decision. I still need the old man's approval. Dong Lifu looked at the white-eyed wolf again. Logically speaking, since we accepted our precious gift, we should indeed act as hosts, but we don't have any extra places to stay here. Besides, you guys are living well in Mount Supreme. If you suddenly move to our place, what will the human race's Supreme think? So, this old man thinks that we shouldn't cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and said it very tactfully. But as long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to understand the meaning behind his words. Dong Lifu and Dong Qingyuan looked at each other. Dong Qingyuan smiled and said, "What the old man said makes sense. Let's return to Mount Supreme later." "All right." Dong Lifu nodded. The white-eyed wolf said again, "However, we welcome the two of you as guests. It's an honor." Dong Qingyuan laughed. Next, the few of them began to chat. Although they were just chatting, basically every topic was to get information from Qin Feiyang and the others. Of course, Qin Feiyang and the others were not stupid, and they answered fluently. They chatted until noon, but the two of them didn't gain anything at all. Originally, Qin Feiyang and the others wanted the two of them to stay for a meal, but the two of them insisted on going back to Mount Supreme with the excuse that they were busy with work. Qin Feiyang and the others did not force him to stay, because asking them to stay was just a formality. Mount Supreme. In the main hall, Dong Qingyuan, who was sitting in the chair above, looked at Dong Lifu and said, "This group of people is not simple." "Yes. All of them are unfathomable." Dong Lifu nodded. "The most important thing is that we haven't even figured out their strength after half a day." Dong Qingyuan shook his head, looking rather annoyed. Dong Lifu's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of a plan. He looked at Dong Qingyuan and said, "Why don't I test them?" "No. If you do that, they will be disgusted." Dong Qingyuan hurriedly waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Right now, our central dynasty needs these two young people, Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. We can't offend them. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan." Dong Lifu smiled. "Tell me about it." Dong Qingyuan was immediately curious. At the same time, Qingyang Mountain. The white-eyed wolf sneered, "These two old things actually want to stay here? That's too whimsical. Actually, I think we can let them stay." The mermaid princess pondered. "Why?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were suspicious. "They're staying because they want to get close to us and investigate our strength. But we can also take the opportunity to monitor them. Think about it, if they really stay here, then they'll be right under our noses. If they do anything in the future, won't it be easier for us to know?" The mermaid princess said. "Indeed." Qin Feiyang nodded and then said with a smile, "But you've neglected a problem. If they stay, then we'll have to play along with them all the time. Not only will it be very tiring, but you won't be able to fuse ultimate intents. Yes. The most important thing right now is to quickly grasp the will of the heavenly Tao so that you won't drag us down in the future." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "Who's dragging you down?" Fire Dance glared at him, and the white-eyed wolf immediately began to smile apologetically. There was a trace of mockery in the mad scientist's eyes as he secretly mocked, "Brother Wolf, if you're so afraid of her now, then won't you have any status in the family after you get married?" Scram. The white-eyed wolf glared at the mad scientist and snorted, "If she dares to be arrogant after we get married, I'll teach her a lesson." "Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Don't come to me and old Qin every day to complain." The mad scientist snickered. "Don't worry about it. Think about your status in the family in the future. How dare you talk about me? Wasn't he the same as well? If you have the ability, teach Shui Xiaoxian a lesson and let me see. Do you have the guts?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and continued, "As for their future actions, as long as the inner demons and big cousin can obtain their trust, then everything can be solved." The mad scientist said, "After this meeting, they'll probably let down their guard against the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. It should still take some time." Qin Feiyang guessed. The mermaid princess pondered for a moment and asked, "Then do we continue to act?" "Of course. Dong Qingyuan already knows of our existence. He might suddenly come at any time. You guys go into seclusion first. Come out if something happens. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The three women nodded and turned back into the house. They silently swore in their hearts that they would never become a burden to these stinky men. There was also a time array here, so they didn't have to go into seclusion in the Black Tortoise world. Late at night, Qin Feiyang and the other two were lying on the rattan chair, admiring the moonlight. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They quickly got up and looked up. They saw a blood-red figure descending from the sky. It was like a demon god standing on a sea of blood. Who is it? Qin Feiyang shouted. This person's aura was very unfamiliar, and he was wearing a mask on his face. They could only roughly tell that he should be a middle-aged man from his figure. Are you the family of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng? The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes spoke. Even his voice was filled with a bloody aura. What Lu Yuntian? What Lu Yunfeng? I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Haha, still don't admit it. We used the omniscient eye and saw Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng come here to find you. We also heard your conversation. The blood-red figure laughed. Omniscient eye. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What was going on? In this world, only Mu Qing had the omniscient eye, and Mu Qing was now in the Black Tortoise world. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose here? Qin Feiyang frowned. Me. When you go to hell and ask King Yama, you will know who I am. The blood-red figure laughed. With a wave of his hand, the power of law emerged. In just an instant, the ultimate profound of the 8 strongest laws appeared. The will of heaven erupted. You're courting death. The white-eyed wolf shouted. Qin Feiyang said, don't be impulsive. There's something wrong here. Don't expose our identities. This is really annoying. The white-eyed wolf was annoyed. If he could go all out, even if the other party had the ultimate profound of the 8 strongest laws, he would be nothing in front of him. Because as long as he activated his battle soul, he would be invincible. But now, since he couldn't activate his battle soul, his strongest means were the ultimate profound of the 6 strongest laws. With 6 ultimate profound, it was impossible to be a match for the other party's 8 ultimate profound. If one person can't beat him, then let's go together. Madman transmitted his voice. Together. This is a bit embarrassing. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard this, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. What's so embarrassing about this kind of thing? Besides, you white-eyed wolf, do you look like someone who would be embarrassed? The most shameless person is you. Boom. The next moment, Madman and Qin Feiyang stepped into the air. Bullying with numbers seems not bad. Sure enough. The white-eyed wolf grinned and rushed faster than Qin Feiyang and Madman. The mermaid princess and the other two also ran out of the house and looked at the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes in surprise. Who is this person? Suddenly, Fire Dance quivered and hurriedly shouted, you guys go to the Star River, otherwise Qingyang Mountain will be destroyed. It didn't matter if Qingyang Mountain was destroyed. But the beasts in Qingyang Mountain were all beasts of the Black Tortoise world, and they must not be implicated. Go to the Star River. Qin Feiyang stared at the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes and said in a deep voice. Who will go to the Star River with you? Tonight, not only will I kill you, but I will also destroy your nest. The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes grinned. Bastard. You go down and protect Qingyang Mountain. The white-eyed wolf flew into a rage and looked at Madman. Why don't you go? Madman secretly said angrily. The white-eyed wolf said, now I am your father, you have to listen to me. You bastard. Madman cursed and landed in front of the mermaid princess and the other two. The power of law emerged and along with the eruption of the will of heaven, it condensed into a huge barrier that quickly enveloped the entire Qingyang Mountain. Will of heaven. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. It was indeed not simple. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here alive today. The white-eyed wolf stared at the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes and roared. The will of heavens, will of heavens, will of heavens will covered heaven and earth. There is also the will of heavens, will of heaven, The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes was shocked again and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Boom. Then, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws appeared above his head. However, only one layer of the will of heavens will had been activated. Even so, the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes couldn't help but feel a storm in his heart. They both controlled the will of heaven's will of heaven. In the blink of an eye, boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the 12 ultimate laws of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf collided with the 8 ultimate laws of the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes. The destructive aura swept out in all directions like a tide.